What would you do when faced with surviving the impossible? Would you fight to survive or simply give in to defeat? Tonight, join History at the OK Corral as we examine some of history's most brutal stories of those warriors who chose to fight against impossible odds. Northern Texas, September 12, 1874. As a cyclone of more than 100 Kiowa and Comanche warriors encircles them, unleashing a hail of bullets and arrows, a small group of U.S. Army scouts and soldiers are caught in the open prairie, fighting for their lives. All of them have incurred varying degrees of battle wounds thus far, with some in critical condition. They are a 6-man detachment of 4 enlisted men, Sergeant Woodhull and Privates Rath, Harrington, and Smith, as well as 2 Army scouts, Amos Chapman and Billy Dixon. Dixon is already a legend on the frontier, having made a name for himself only months earlier at the Second Battle of Adobe Walls, where his ability to shoot down a Comanche chief from nearly a half a mile away had turned the tide of the battle and likely saved the lives of all of his comrades. Now, it seems that Dixon and his cohorts will find no such luck on this day, as the open prairie offers them nothing in the way of cover or concealment. This detail of men has been dispatched by Colonel Nelson A. Miles to carry dispatches concerning the delay of supplies being brought to his camp by Captain Willis Lyman's supply train. This delay had itself been the result of Kiowa and Comanche warriors stalling its progress with incessant raiding and attacks. Now, a smaller contingent of Kiowa and Comanche have diverted their forces to concentrate on the errant scouting detail. These attacks are not random occurrences. They are part of the ongoing Red River War, which will ultimately be the beginning of the end of the decades-long conflict between the tribes of the Southern Plains and the United States government. The Kiowa and Comanche have long been the dominant tribes here in the north of Texas, and are intent on fighting to the bitter end for their lands. The violence that has unfolded in the preceding decade and a half has been among the worst the already bloody history of Texas has ever seen. Countless innocents on both sides have perished. Countless combatants have lost their lives in brutal, bloody engagements, and untold amounts of lands and goods have been lost. It is well known amongst all soldiers and scouts that being caught in the open by the Kiowa and Comanche would be among the worst of all possible scenarios on the Texas plains. These warriors, though having relatively little in the way of formal hierarchy and militaristic structure, are perhaps the best light cavalry on the planet at this time. They are capable of feats of horsemanship largely only seen in present-day trick-riding exhibitions, all while being able to fire several arrows a minute. Their tactics, well known but incredibly difficult to combat, are to bear down upon their adversaries in whirling cyclonic attacks, before eventually dispersing in scattered groups across the plains at the conclusion of the fight. For a United States Army whose last major conflict was the American Civil War, the difference between the more stratified, organized warfare of that conflict and defending and attacking against these highly mobile groups of guerrilla fighters is a stark, startling contrast. Billy Dixon is one of the most experienced scouts in the Army in this style of warfare, but even to him, this present fight seems to be in sheer futility, as he and his cohorts are easy targets for their adversaries. As soon as the attack commenced, every one of the men had known it would be only a matter of time until one of them was struck down by the Kiowa and Comanche fire. The first unfortunate soldier to fall would be Private George Smith, the man put in charge of holding the horses so as to keep them from stampeding away during the fight. Private Smith is hit only minutes into the fight with a bullet passing through one of his lungs, sending the man crumbling to the ground and setting the horses loose. The horses are still fully loaded with the men's haversacks, coats, blankets, and water canteens. In only a few moments, the soldiers have lost not only one of their own, but their supplies and transportation as well. The only option now would be to fight to the last man. The Kiowa and Comanche, however, seeing their enemies to now be easy targets, are in no rush to risk losing any of their own men with needlessly risky attacks. Therefore, they now engage in intermittent small attacks, with each warrior in these smaller groups seeking to win glory for their deeds of bravery and gallantry, measured by how close they are able to attack and how much damage they are able to inflict. the majority of their ire is directed away from the group of 5 soldiers and concentrated on the seemingly lifeless body of George Smith. The unfortunate Smith had been first assumed to be dead by his comrades, and they made great efforts to stop the attacking warriors from capturing his body. But Smith is, in fact, still alive and in great agony, but unable to do anything to assist himself. As the waves of attack press nearer and nearer to him, he can only lie prostrate and motionless as his friends attempt to defend him. Finally, though, the fight becomes too intense for any of the remaining men to hold their current exposed positions. Dixon spots a small mesquite flat over a quarter-mile away and suggests that the men make a run for its relative cover. But just before they can make their move, Dixon's fellow Army scout, Amos Chapman, is struck by a bullet. He matter-of-factly alerts his comrade, "Billy, I am hit at last." Though Dixon is looking at Chapman when he is shot, he is not able to ascertain the severity of the wound to his comrade while keeping up the fight himself. However, during his next lookout onto the prairie to fire upon the charging warriors, Dixon spots a closer option for cover, a shallow depression in the plains not far from their current position. The depression, known as a buffalo wallow, is the result of the buffalo herds who still frequent the area, pawing and wallowing in the prairie dirt. Though it is not ideal, it would certainly be an improvement from their current circumstances. So, Dixon shouts to his comrades that he will make a break for the buffalo wallow in an attempt to see close up whether or not it will provide a suitable place for them to make a defensive stand. He then makes a mad dash amongst withering Kiowa and Comanche fire to the wallow, which measures roughly 10 feet by 10 feet. Dixon determines that the shallow depression will provide enough cover and yells for the remainder of his able-bodied comrades to follow his lead. This they do, and within minutes the men are busy digging with their hands and bowie knives, piling up the soft sand to the edges of the wallow in between defending against the charges of the native warriors. The Kiowa and Comanche now, for their part, intensify their attacks on the buffalo wallow, seeing a more immediate need to finish off their quarry. As the day drags into the afternoon, the psyches of some of the men caught in this desperate plight in the middle of the buffalo wallow begin to fray. The following is Billy Dixon's first-hand account of one of his comrades reaching their perceived psychological limits during the vicious engagement. Many times that terrible day did I think that my last moment was at hand. Once, when the Indians were crowding us awfully hard, one of the boys raised up and yelled, "No use, boys, no use. We might as well give it up." We answered by shouting him to lie down. At that moment, a bullet struck the soft sand near him and completely filled his mouth with dirt. I was so amused that I laughed, though in a rather sickly way, for none of us felt much like laughing. In a lull in the fighting, one of the men shouts to Amos Chapman, still alive but badly wounded, telling him to make his way over to the buffalo wallow. Chapman shouts back that the bullet that struck him has broken his leg, and he is unable to walk. Dixon decides that he, as the most able-bodied man available, having suffered only a slight wound to his right calf, will make an attempt to save his friend and fellow scout. Returning to Dixon's account, I made several efforts to reach him before I succeeded. Every time the Indians saw me start, they would fire such a volley that I was forced to retreat, until I finally made a run and got to Chapman. I told him to climb on my back, my plan being to carry him as I would a little child. Drawing both his legs in front of me and laying the broken one over the sound one to support it, I carried him to the wallow, though not without difficulty, as he was a larger man than myself, and his body a dead weight. It taxed my strength to carry him. Now, all of the men, in their various states of injury and agony, begin to silently, deliberately, dig and scoop more of the silted earth up into the short wall around the edge of the wallow. Despite their composure, the dire nature of their situation only intensifies, as the attacks increase in frequency and ferocity before one of the chiefs is shot down. Dixon's account continues. When I look back and recall our situation, I always find myself thinking of how my wounded companions never complained or faltered, but fought as bravely as if a bullet had not touched them. Sometimes the Indians would ride towards us at headlong speed with lances lifted and poised, undoubtedly bent on spearing us. Such moments made a man brace himself and grip his gun. Fortunately, we were able to keep our heads and bring down or disable the leader. Such charges proved highly dangerous to the Indians, and gradually grew less frequent. For much of the afternoon, as the hot sun beats down upon them, the men on both sides fight on. The warriors continue their assaults on the buffalo wallow, while the ammunition of the scouts and soldiers begins to dwindle. The thoughts of every man within the buffalo wallow, at some point or another during the long afternoon, drift to the horrifying possibility of the worst possible outcome in this situation, being captured alive. Dixon recalls, "Ours was the courage of despair. We knew what would befall us if we should be captured alive. We had seen too many naked and mangled bodies of white men who had been spread-eagled and tortured with steel and fire to forget what our own fate would be, so we were determined to fight to the end." Then, just when it seems things cannot possibly become more desperate, the North Texas weather undertakes one of its notorious sudden changes, as storm clouds seem to fill the sky out of nowhere. At around 3 o'clock, a torrential downpour manages not only to soak the exposed men and their equipment, but to fill the bottom of the buffalo wallow with roughly 2 inches of muddy brown water, which mixes with the blood and gore of the wounded men, creating a nightmarish miasma. But the storm also serves to forestall the attacks of the Kiowa and Comanche. They now sit stoically upon their horses, wrapped snugly in blankets, just out of rifle range, waiting for the storm to pass. Meanwhile, the men in the buffalo wallow have only their thin linen shirts and military boots and pants to ward off the sudden cold. Any of the supplies they may have had are now gone with their horses, along with Dixon's coat, which contains his one and only picture of his mother, given to him by his dying father. But despite the lull in attacks, and in spite of the relentless cold and wet of the storm, the solemn business of surviving the fight at hand still has to be dealt with. With ammunition running low, the men suggest that one of them retrieve the weapon and cartridge belt of the fallen Private George Smith. Private Peter Rath volunteers to undertake this dangerous endeavor. Rath dashes to Private Smith's location, only to discover, to his horror, that Smith is in fact alive and has been left prostrate, bleeding, and suffering for the entirety of the battle. Rath runs back to the buffalo wallow and informs Dixon and the others that Smith is still alive, but too injured to move. Dixon and Rath then make their way back to Smith, where upon further examination, Dixon finds the wound to be all but certainly fatal. Still, they manage to get Smith up and back to the buffalo wallow. Here, as the sky blackens and night falls, the Kiowa and Comanche disappear over the rolling hills of the plains. Smith suffers his final hours in great agony, often begging his comrades to end his suffering. At roughly 11 p.m., his body is found to have gone cold in death. Now, the men are left with the fatal proposition of either going to find help or staying to meet the native warriors the next day. First, Private Rath again volunteers to go out into the night, in search of the trail that will lead them to the nearby Camp Supply. 2 hours later, he returns, disappointedly reporting that he has failed to find the trail. Now, it will be up to Dixon to wait until the first signs of daylight and venture out to find their lifeline to safety. His account of the events continues. Like everything else, the long night finally came to an end, and the sun rose clear and warm the next morning. By this time, all of the men were willing that I should go for help, and I at once started. Daylight exposed me to many dangers from which the night shielded me. By moving cautiously at night, it was possible to avoid the enemy, but if surprised, to stand a good chance of escape. In the daytime, however, the enemy could lie in hiding and scan the country in every direction. On the plains, especially in the fall when the grass is brown, the smallest moving object may be perceived by the trained eye at an astonishingly long distance. I knew that I must proceed with utmost caution, lest I fall into an ambush or be attacked in the open by superior numbers. I had traveled scarcely more than half a mile when I struck the plain trail leading to Camp Supply. Hurrying along as rapidly as possible and keeping a constant lookout for Indians, I checked myself into the sudden sight of an outfit that seemed to cover about an acre of ground 2 miles or so to the northwest. The outfit at first did not appear to be moving, and I could not tell whether it was made up of white men or natives. I skulked to a growth of tall grass and hid for a while. My nerves were too keen to endure hiding and waiting, so I stole back and took another look. The outfit was moving towards me. Shortly, I was able to see that they were troops. I have never felt happier in my life. I wanged loose with my old 50 to attract the attention of the soldiers and saw the whole command come to a halt. I fired my gun a second time, which brought 2 soldiers to me. I told them of our condition, and they rode rapidly back to their command and reported. Dixon now accompanies the soldiers back to the buffalo wallow, but the passing troops offer only some hardtack and water to the injured men, as their surgeons perform only cursory examinations of their wounds before the troop moves on, promising reinforcements will soon come. Meanwhile, the survivors of what history will come to know as the Buffalo Wallow fight bury the body of Private George Smith at the bottom of the wallow they had fought for their lives from. It will be 2 more days of waiting next to a nearby creek before the men would hear the welcome sound of the cavalry coming their way. They will go on to be taken back to Camp Supply and cared for. Amos Chapman's leg will be amputated above the knee, but, in Dixon's recollection, Amos was as tough as second-growth hickory, and was soon out of the hospital and in the saddle. All of the survivors would go on to continue their careers with the Army, as well as stay in touch via letters sent amongst each other for years to come. With a pang of notable regret, Dixon recounts in the last line of the chapter in his memoir concerning the events, "It was always my intention to go back and mark the spot where the Buffalo Wallow fight took place, and where George Smith still lies buried. Procrastination and the remoteness of the spot have prevented my going." Still, all of the survivors of the Buffalo Wallow fight, Sergeant Woodhull and Privates Rath and Harrington, as well as the scouts Amos Chapman and Billy Dixon, were awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor. Private George Smith, who had perished in the midst of the battle, was as well posthumously awarded the medal, the nation's highest honor for military valor in combat. The medals were presented by Colonel Nelson A. Miles, himself a recipient of the award. For their part, the Kiowa and Comanche, as well as their counterparts in the Cheyenne and Southern Arapaho, will continue to combat the United States government in a desperate bid to maintain their homelands and way of life. Their conflict will carry on for another 9 months, finally ending in June of 1875, when Quanah Parker and his band of Quahati Comanche reported to Fort Sill in Oklahoma. The Red River War will go down in the annals of Old West history as one of the most consequential conflicts ever waged on the North American continent. But the many tales of the dangerous, bloody exploits of Billy Dixon and the Army Scouts, as well as the bravery and ruthlessness of the tribes of the Southern Plains during the Red River War, are, for tonight, other stories for other times.
Central Texas, 1845. Nestled amongst the centuries-old oak trees and spring-fed creeks, sits an idyllic farmstead. Its owners, likely immigrants from Germany, have meticulously built a small but sturdy cabin and maintained their crops and livestock herds through daily, arduous labor. Their efforts, however, have proven to be tragically in vain, as the entire family now lies prostrate and cold in various positions about the farmstead, the most recent victims of the Comanche raids that have been terrorizing the entirety of the Texas Hill Country for weeks now. This family has been targeted not because they have developed any personal animus between themselves and the Comanche, but because their mere presence here in what was known to the Spanish as Comancheria is tantamount to a declaration of war against the feared and fearsome lords of the southern plains. Their once bustling farmstead now lies still. The scene that unfolded only hours before must have been horrific, but it was not at all unique. The Comanche raiding party, quite large in this particular case, numbering between 200 to 300, had swept down from the surrounding hills, killed all who posed even the most tacit threat of resistance, and made off with all of the prisoners and horses that they were able to. Now, as the sun makes its ascent, burning off the morning mist and making the day stiflingly hot by noontime, the Comanche are on their way west. They have been traveling hard since their early morning raid on the farmstead. Their raiding has indeed proven successful, as they have gathered a large herd of horses stolen from several of the ranches surrounding the city of San Antonio. But the spoils of their effort are now proving to be a notable hindrance in their race to put distance between themselves and the Texans who would invariably pursue them. However, with the number of warriors present in this raiding party, the Comanche are not too concerned about the retaliation of a people who had proven all but inept in pursuing and engaging them. The Spanish had made their efforts in combating Comanche raiding, as had the Mexican government, as had virtually every sizable tribe in Texas. But at this point in 1845, with very few exceptions, the Comanche have operated with virtual impunity throughout the whole of Texas. They refer to the Texians and Mexicans as their livestock keepers, a people fit only to hold on to the vast horse herds until the Comanches see fit to take them. Their disdain for the settlers is certainly primarily due to their chosen location, as encroaching anywhere on the vast expanses of their rightful empire is an offense punishable by death. However, the Comanche also hold in contempt any culture, be it native or European-based, that practices sedentary agriculture. This is a decidedly distasteful livelihood by Comanche standards. They view their highly mobile hunting and raiding culture as a more masculine, honorable way of life, and therefore assumed it to be universally preferable. However limited their cultural viewpoint may be, their tactics and practices have proven highly effective. The Comanche's ascension from perpetually beleaguered hunter-gatherers to the wealthiest tribe on the whole of the American plains has been perhaps as rapid a transition as any society has undergone in human history. By the early 19th century, they have taken over virtually the entirety of the southern plains, from present-day Kansas all the way to South Texas. However, their wealth is not only in land, but in horses. Because of their geographic location at the southernmost point of the plains, the area that held the greatest concentration of settlements and of horses in the early 1800s, the Comanche were privy to the greatest selection of animals and the most opportunities to carry out raids. This led to the Comanche possessing far more horses than any other tribe. A typical young Comanche warrior might possess a herd of several dozen or even several hundred horses, a number comparable to even the wealthiest chiefs of more northerly tribes like the Sioux and Cheyenne. The economic importance of this advantage borders on incalculable, and the desire to maintain this advantage has left the Comanche with an unslakable thirst to continue adding to their collective and respective equine portfolios. Efforts to stop them, especially in the last few weeks, have proven maddeningly ineffective to both Texan farmers and government officials. As would happen several times throughout Texas history as Comanche attacks intensified, whole farmsteads were being abandoned by families in fear of becoming the next macabre recollection shared amongst terrified neighbors and townspeople. It seemed to many that, for all intents and purposes, there was no way to effectively combat a force who struck in lightning-quick raids and seemed to disappear into the western landscape just as quickly. The situation presented such a novel problem, it seemed only a novel solution would suffice. In the decades prior, small forces under the directive of Secretary of State Stephen F. Austin had patrolled the ranges of the Texas frontier with the intention of finding and engaging the Comanche. It was hoped that a more offensive approach might dissuade further attacks. But the ranging companies, who would come to be known as the Texas Rangers, have managed to achieve only marginal success in tracking down and engaging the Comanche. They are perpetually underfunded, poorly equipped, and their ranks are made up of young men who largely have found no place in other parts of society. Most are men under the age of 25, who have come to Texas for the express purpose of violence and retribution. Every year, young men ride into San Antonio and eagerly sign on with the Rangers, boasting of all the Comanche scalps they are soon to take and of all the beautiful Texas maidens they would soon rescue. They would ride out of town at the first mention of a nearby Comanche attack, resplendent in all their martial glory, only to never be seen again. For the lucky among them, death would come quickly in battle, via the 14-foot Comanche lances and stocky, short arrows that whipped through the air with enough velocity to pass through the torso of a buffalo bull and stick into the hard prairie ground. For the unfortunate souls unlucky enough to be taken prisoner, their ends would not come so quickly. Many a young ranger would meet a prolonged, painful demise at the hands of Comanche torturers. For years, their success in pursuing Comanche raiding parties and preventing atrocities on the Texas frontier was a sporadic affair. Occasionally, they had been fortuitous enough to surprise a Comanche camp and rescue a captive or two, but they had continually struggled to match their adversaries in mobility and in the volume of fire they were able to amass. By 1845, however, this is beginning to change because of two critical factors now working in the Rangers' favor. The first is the advent of the Rangers' adoption of the Colt Patterson revolver. Designed by New Jersey inventor Samuel Colt, the Colt Patterson is the precursor to the 6-shot Colt Walker revolver that would come out 2 years later in 1847. Named after its inventor in his hometown of Paterson, New Jersey, the Colt Patterson boasts a 5-shot cylinder and an imposingly large build. The 5 shots have to be loaded into the cylinder, and the cylinder would have to be detached to reload, necessitating that a ranger in the field keep several preloaded cylinders on his person. While it does not have the ease of use, capacity, nor firepower of its successor, the Colt Patterson is a revolutionary weapon. However, years after its invention, the Colt Patterson had been relegated to relative obscurity, as there was no military or law enforcement force who yet knew how to best employ the new weapon. Texas had first ordered 180 of the new revolvers from Colt, intending them for use by the new Republic's Navy. However, the Navy was never able to employ them to any meaningful ends, and thus the technology seemed destined for the proverbial scrap heap. However, before the Texas government gives up hope on the utility of the Colt Patterson, they decide that perhaps the Rangers might be able to employ them. While this may seem an obvious conclusion to draw in hindsight, the notion of mounted gunmen attacking the Comanche in the same manner the Comanche attacked them was an essentially foreign notion. For centuries, as Americans had made their dogged advance eastward, combat against the native tribes of the eastern woodlands had involved fighting on foot. The terrain often did not lend itself to fighting from horseback. Furthermore, the rifles and muskets used by the Americans and their predecessors necessitated a lengthy, cumbersome reloading process that was next to impossible while riding atop a horse at full gallop. This gap in tactical prowess has allowed the Comanche to operate largely unfettered, as they are able to maneuver their mounts and unleash arrows at a rate the average Texan simply cannot match while footbound and firing sporadically from a single-shot weapon. But now, with the advent of a repeating weapon that can be fired multiple times before reloading and can be operated from horseback, the odds are becoming more favorable for the Rangers. But while the Rangers in general are a motley, combative lot, often prone to drunkenness and using coarse language, they have for too long lacked a leader with a clear, present vision on how to turn the tide against their Comanche foe. But in the last few years, a young Tennessean, with boyish looks and a seemingly unshakable demeanor, has been ascending the Ranger ranks. The progeny of a family with a long military tradition, he had come to Texas in the 1830s, narrowly missing his chance to serve in the Texas Revolution of 1836 and 37. He had, instead, taken up work as part of a surveyor party, perhaps the most dangerous job in Texas at the time. The Comanche were well aware of surveyor parties, and had surmised that their purpose was to measure out the allotments of their land that the Texas government was unjustly giving away. Thus, surveillance parties were subject to some of the most gruesome tortures the Comanche practiced, from being staked out alive on the plains, to be eaten by wild animals and burned by the sun, to heaping hot coals upon the unfortunate victim's torso. He had managed to avoid such unfortunate fates, and was able to sign on with the Texas Rangers. For the last several years, he has been working his way through the Rangers' ranks. His name is John Coffee Hayes, better known as Jack Hayes. He will prove to be the second important factor in changing the way the Rangers fight. In a world of the big-bodied ruffians that comprise most of the Ranger forces, Hayes stands out for both his slender build and his civilized manners. He has a calm, high-toned voice, dark hair, and the cool, calculating eyes of a dyed-in-the-wool killer. Time and time again over the preceding years, the Rangers in Hayes' company have marveled at his ability to switch instantaneously from an affable, thoughtful conversationalist to a snarling, myopically focused combat leader. The times he has put himself in mortal danger from enemy fire, all while doling out concise, clear orders to the Rangers in his command, seem too numerous to count by this point in his career. For months now, Hayes and his Rangers have been in San Antonio, setting off occasionally to patrol the surrounding territory and training incessantly with their new revolvers. Time and again, each Ranger rides through an obstacle course of sorts while firing at targets set on fence posts. Hayes drills the men until not only they, but their horses are fully comfortable with the demands of combat conducted on horseback. Some of the Rangers gripe quietly that they are tired of the incessant drilling, but all of them know the time for them to employ their skills is close at hand. That time finally comes late in the afternoon of the day the unfortunate homesteaders are killed. Hayes receives word that, yet again, the Comanches have wrought their particular brand of havoc on the surrounding countryside. He is informed that the impending raiding party is on their way west towards the Frio River. Within minutes, Hayes and a party of 42 Rangers have assembled at the western edge of the city of San Antonio. Hayes briefs them on the specifics of the route he intends to take and informs the men, much to their satisfaction, that their intent is to catch up with the Comanche, kill as many as possible, and recover the horses they have stolen. The Rangers ride hard, knowing that with the small size of their force and the Comanche's cumbersome number of warriors and horses, they can very well catch up to the Comanche before they are able to disperse onto the vast expanses of West Texas. Riding with them, as is often the case, is a native scout. He is a Lipan Apache chief named Flacco, and he may be the linchpin to this entire Ranger operation. Chief Flacco has grown up combating the Comanche, as they were, at least for varying periods of the 19th century, mortal enemies to his tribe. He has stayed in and around San Antonio for the last several years, and by this time has built a strong friendship with Jack Hayes. The two men, both warriors and leaders of men, have an immense, enduring respect for each other. It is Chief Flacco who has encouraged Hayes to fight the Comanche on their own terms. Now, his tracking ability, far more honed and refined than even the most astute Rangers, will make the critical difference in whether the Rangers will even find the Comanche raiding party. After traveling roughly 60 miles, though, the entire party can sense that the Comanche are close. Finally, as they come within sight of the Frio River, the Rangers spot the Comanche. Seemingly simultaneously, the Comanche spot them. Thinking a force of several dozen to be no match for their force of 200 to 300, the Comanche form a battle line between the Rangers and the horses, and prepare to receive a Ranger attack. For their part, the Rangers know that there is not a second to lose. They have trained to engage the Comanche on the Comanche's terms, and this meant that the time to launch a full-scale, head-on attack was now. At the time the two parties see each other, Hayes is riding on a mule towards the rear of the Ranger column. Now aware of the urgency of an immediate attack, Hayes spurs his mount forward as fast as possible. On his way towards the front, he comes upon another Ranger on a fine horse who looks to be reining his mount in order to keep him from charging forward at full speed. Hayes calls out to the man to hurry forward, but the Ranger insists that the horse is trying to run away with him, and it is all he can do to keep the horse from galloping away completely uncontrolled. Hayes, in a rush to get to the front of the column, and dubious of the man's claims, insists that they switch mounts. The Ranger takes over the mule, while Hayes jumps astride the skittish horse. Almost at the instant Hayes touches down in the saddle, the horse is off in a full sprint towards the front, paying no heed to the directives of the range, the stirrups, nor Hayes's shouts. The front of the column, with their revolvers drawn and teeth bared, are now charging forward towards the Comanche line. In the lead, eager to engage the Comanche, is Chief Flacco. As he rides, he sees Hayes fly by, riding at full speed past the front of the Ranger column. He has no idea that Hayes is aboard a runaway horse, and assumes that his friend's near-suicidal penchant for bravery in combat has reached a new, inexplicable, and ill-advised level. The chief, a proud warrior himself, decides in an instant that he will not let his friend ride off to certain death alone, nor will he let a Texan steal all the glory in combat against his hated enemy. Chief Flacco urges his horse on, faster and faster, until it is just himself and Hayes between the charging Rangers to their rear and the 200 to 300 strong column of Comanche warriors to their front. Both men, now committed to the attack, begin to fire their revolvers as the ground rapidly closes between themselves and the Comanche. To the Rangers riding behind them, this charge the two men have undertaken seems suicidal. Death, for both men, despite their gallantry, seems imminent. But the Comanche are so astounded by the reckless bravery of the charge, they suffer a momentary bout of paralysis by analysis, unsure of what exactly is happening. This brief lapse in vigilance means that Hayes and Flacco, instead of crashing into a hail of bullets and arrows, merely rush through the lines of their adversaries. The Rangers, still charging in a force 41 strong towards the Comanche, seize the opportunity presented by a confounded enemy and pour fire into the Comanche ranks. Much in the fashion of the Comanche, they make several whirlwind attacks, striking the Comanche lines and then retracting before striking again. Hayes and Flacco are able to flank the Comanche and make their way back to the Ranger forces in time to inflict casualties of their own against the warriors. The Comanche put up a hellacious fight for a time, but are overwhelmed by the volume of fire this small contingent is able to inflict upon them. Finally, the Comanche break ranks, and in the words of J.W. Wilbarger in his 1889 work, Indian Depredations in Texas, a panic at length seized them, and they fled and scattered in every direction. After the fight, as many horses as can be recovered are rounded up, and the party returns to San Antonio. Chief Flacco, in part astonished by his friend's bravery and in part amused that the charge had been the result of a panicked horse, bestowed a lasting nickname upon the captain that would be known to his friends and enemies alike. From that day on the Frio River ford, Captain Hayes will be known to many in Texas as Bravo Too Much, or Brave Too Much. The name certainly has a tinge of good-natured ribbing between friends, but its meaning is also starkly serious, and, as time will prove again and again, inarguably apt. Chief Flacco and Jack Hayes will go on to many more fights against the Comanche, and Hayes will carve out his own brutal legacy in the battlefields of the Mexican-American War from 1846 to 1847. He will eventually move to California with the advent of the 1849 gold rush, and the two old friends will never see each other again. Flacco would go on to become a legendary figure in Texas history whose story deserves an episode all its own. But the bloody war for control of Texas is not over. It will in fact carry on for decades more and see countless lives lost on both sides, and ultimately, the end of the Comanche's way of life. But the innumerable accounts of the heroics and villainy wrought by Texans and Comanches alike are, for tonight, other stories for other times.
Fall 1841, Enchanted Rock, Central Texas. As he crouches behind a makeshift rock wall, Texas Ranger Captain Jack Hayes takes aim at a Comanche warrior sprinting uphill towards his position. He knows he is trapped here, alone in the Texas wilderness, and that his ammunition is limited. He must make every shot count, or he will very likely suffer the worst fate possible on the American frontier, being captured alive by the Comanche. Hayes, well aware of the many stories of torturous ends met by his fellow rangers, waits until the attacking warrior is only yards away from his position, before squeezing the trigger on his single-shot rifle and watching the man violently tumble to the rocky ground. Though his shot has hit its intended target, Hayes is now in for the fight of his life, and it has only just begun. Only hours earlier, on this crisp fall afternoon, Hayes had been accompanying a small group of land surveyors under the employ of the Republic of Texas, making their way through territory near what will become Fredericksburg, Texas. They had been sent here, some 95 miles west of Austin, to survey and legally demarcate land grants and territorial claims. Though this job comes with a seemingly banal description, it is perhaps, at this time, the most dangerous line of work in the world. Not because the act of land surveillance is particularly hazardous, but because, in 1841, Central Texas is very possibly the most dangerous place on Earth. And it is so very dangerous because this land belongs to the Comanche. They called themselves the Nerona, which means simply the people, a self-referential catch-all term that is not uncommon in tribal names. However, their enemies, tribes like the Apache, the Waco, the Tawankoni, the Tonkawa, and countless other small Texas tribes whom they have been warring with for decades, know them by another name. They know them as the Comanche. This is thought to be a derivation of a Ute phrase, meaning those who fight us all the time. The name may have come from one of their longtime enemies, but it is strikingly apt. The Comanche had migrated down to the plains of Texas and Oklahoma after being unable to sustain their livelihoods as hunter-gatherers in the northern Rocky Mountains. They had originally been an offshoot of the Shoshone tribe, who, for centuries, had barely subsisted in the unforgiving environs of the Rockies' granite ranges and aspen forests until they were finally forced out by stronger tribes. They suffered greatly as a perpetually downtrodden people, and had only begun their ascent to martial prowess when they encountered the animal brought over by the Spanish in the 16th century, the horse. The Spanish had closely guarded the secrets of horsemanship and caretaking of the animals, knowing all too well the potential for disaster should their adversaries turned subjects ever be able to combat them from horseback en masse. But, despite their precautionary efforts, after decades of raiding from the surrounding tribes and the inevitable cultural mixing that comes from proximity, a sizable number of Spanish mounts had spread to the southern plains. Though the Apache had been the first to introduce the horse in any meaningful capacity to the Texas frontier, it would be the Comanche who, for reasons that have often been described as too ethereal to quantify, possessed a seemingly innate and undeniable palpable connection to the horse. Within a few decades of their exposure to this new animal, they had not only mastered riding skills to rival almost any horseman on the planet, but they had completely transformed their way of life. Once, their days had been spent scouring the sparse countryside in search of roots and berries, and scavenging carcasses for salvageable protein. Now, they were a society of highly mobile and masterful hunters who existed almost entirely on the flesh of the buffalo that their new steeds enabled them to kill as they needed. Where once they had been bereft of material wealth, they were now quite possibly the wealthiest tribe in the whole of the Americas in terms of horseflesh and land. And where once they had been the proverbial whipping boy of their neighbors, they had been transformed into a fighting and raiding force whose mere mention would insert a pregnant, fearful pause in conversations from Denver saloons to the Capitol building in Mexico City. By the 1840s, they had driven the Apache out of Texas, forestalled Spanish, French, English, Mexican, and American expansion for centuries, and wiped out entirely many smaller tribes who had opposed them. Though the frontier has always been a brutal place, both pre- and post-European contact, the Comanche had been waging warfare of an intensity and scale that had rarely, if ever, been seen on the North American continent. Comanche raiding, especially in its early iterations, entailed not the taking of coup, nor the adornment of its warriors in highly ceremonial dress. They had little to nothing in the way of formal stratification to their martial society, as nominal war chiefs were simply those who were able to marshal the most men for the raids they proposed. Comanche warfare was very simply a brutally violent, ruthlessly pragmatic affair. Until the latter half of the 19th century, many Comanche warriors eschewed large feathered headdresses in favor of animal head caps made from foxes, cranes, or buffalo. They were often simply painted pitch black, what they believed to be the color of death. Raids were often conducted under full moons, so much so that a full moon was known throughout the Texas frontier as a Comanche moon, and was a much dreaded sight. And for good reason, as on many a full moon night, isolated families of both settlers and natives had seen their whole worlds destroyed in a matter of minutes, gone in a torrent of blood, smoke, and flames. The newly formed Republic of Texas, ironically, in many ways owed its existence to the ever-present threat of Comanche raiding. The Mexican government, their governing predecessors, had hoped to install a buffer of Anglo-immigrant settlers who would bear the brunt of the Comanche onslaught before it could reach further south into Mexico. For decades, prospective settlers from America had flooded into Texas from the east, on the condition that they convert to Catholicism and become Mexican citizens. Many had come, and many had died brutally hard deaths in their search for better lives. But, despite the cost, settlement attempts from Mexicans and Texans alike, from the Rio Grande Valley to present-day Fort Worth, had persisted, and thus, so, had Comanche raiding. However, despite the incessant threat of violence, the Texas government is still faced with the routine administrative tasks that befall all bureaucracies, including marking out plots of its presumed new territory. And so, surveying parties of 15 to 20 men now scatter out across the Texas hill country northwest of San Antonio and Austin. They keep descriptive logs of the land they cover, survey prospective lots, and then, they returned to the capital in Austin to provide a clearer picture of Texas's geography and topography. However, any interlopers into the territory west of the major Texan settlements are likely always under the watchful eye of the true rulers of this land in the Comanche. The Comanche have observed the surveying parties from the start, knowing that they were the means by which the white men in Austin have been laying claim to their lands. Accordingly, they seek to find these interlopers and to punish them. Surveying parties have been targeted with especially harsh, unremittent attacks as of late. The Comanche preference is to take them alive and reserve their most sadistic tortures for them, staking men out on the open plains to die of predation and exposure, spreading them out and heaping hot coals upon their midsection, and filleting them alive are common ends for surveyors who are caught by the Comanche. Yet, still, survey parties continued to venture out into the hill country. Young men from the backwoods of Virginia, Kentucky, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Alabama have flooded into the state after the Texas Revolution. Many have just missed the bloodshed of the battles of Goliad, the Alamo, and San Jacinto, and they are now thirsting for a fight. And for many, the dangers of being part of a survey team present an enticing employment option. Such is the case for this young party of Texians here in the shadow of the granite monolith that is Enchanted Rock. For time immemorial, Enchanted Rock has been considered sacred by the tribes of the area. It is said to be the home of discontented spirits, from slain warriors to shamed chiefs. It is said that native tribes practice sacrifices at its base, and it is well known that any incursion into the territory surrounding Enchanted Rock will be met with the utmost of hostilities. However, the ever-present threat of a violent, painful end is not enough to dissuade this group of combat-hungry 20-somethings who have come to Texas for the express purpose of tempting such a fate. For all their bluster and bravado, though, these newly minted Texians are no fools. This party of 15 to 20 surveyors are among the most well-armed men in the world at this time. Many carry the .36 caliber Colt Patterson revolver, considered by many firearms collectors to be a seminal pistol in Old West history. It had been patented by Samuel Colt in 1836 and produced in Paterson, New Jersey, hence the name Colt Patterson. It had originally been a .28 caliber pistol, but it had been changed to a .36 caliber in 1837. It held 5 shots, as opposed to today's usual 6, and was loaded by detaching the cylinder, manually loading the cartridges, and then reassembling the firearm. This meant that a combatant would have to preload several 5-shot cylinders and would be relegated to a relatively cumbersome reloading process in comparison to later models. The weapon weighed in at 2 pounds 12 ounces with a 9-inch barrel. This made it a very large, very loud, and, understandably, terrifying weapon to enemy combatants. With an effective range of roughly 65 yards, it was well suited to the horseback, high-speed, up-close fighting that was the new norm on the Texas frontier. For longer-range endeavors, many of the Texians were armed with the .42 caliber Edwin Wesson percussion cap rifle. In short, these were single-shot rifles that used small copper caps filled with mercuric fulminate as the ignition source to fire their projectiles. The small copper cap was placed on a plug under the hammer of the rifle, and when the hammer was released, the percussion would ignite the mercuric fulminate, causing it to fire. These rifles were highly effective at ranges up to 150 yards and could be fired at a rate slightly faster than their flintlock predecessors at up to 3 to 4 rounds per minute. These advances in weaponry have come at a fortuitous time for the Texians, particularly for those in the land surveillance parties and for the law enforcement organization which Stephen F. Austin had founded not long ago, the still young, but already legendary, Texas Rangers. It had been Stephen F. Austin himself, the legendary Texas statesman, whom the state capital is named after, who had fostered the original concept for the predecessors of the Rangers in the 1830s, the Texas Mounted Rifles. Born largely out of necessity, the mounted rifles patrolled the ranges of the Texas frontier, presenting the only available organized resistance against the Mexican governmental harassment, banditry, and Comanche raiding faced by settlers on the frontier. In 1835, the organization had been codified into a state-sponsored military/law enforcement hybrid force uniquely capable of close-quarter combat and long-distance pursuit. In the intervening years, their legend has grown from the dusty settlements of Texas to the finest parlors of New York City, Boston, and Philadelphia. The Rangers now present virtually the only consequential resistance to the violence that plagues the flatland prairies, river valley bottoms, and hill country homesteads. The tales of their daring and ferocity spread like wildfire amongst not only the Texians, but the Mexicans and the Comanche as well. And perhaps none among the Rangers, in their ranks full of giant, strapping, bellicose men, garner more respect or more fear than does Captain John Coffee Hayes, better known as Jack Hayes. He had been born in Little Cedar Lick, Tennessee in 1817 to a military family. His father, Harmon A. Hayes, had fought in the War of 1812 under Andrew Jackson. Harmon named his son after Jackson's legendary Brigadier General, John Coffee. Jack Hayes had made his way to Texas in 1836 at the age of 19 in search of fortune, adventure, and war. Though he had missed his chance to participate in the Texas Revolution, he found a home with the Texas Rangers. In the early 1840s, the Rangers have a casualty rate that at times reaches 50%, and it is simply assumed and accepted that a fair amount of the fresh-faced recruits who proudly ride out of Austin or San Antonio on the best mounts that they can procure will simply never be seen again. Even in the austere, hyper-violent world of the Texas Rangers, though, Jack Hayes stands out. In an occupation replete with large, burly men, he is a slender 5'6", 20-something with a boyish face and a quiet, affable demeanor. But perhaps his most distinguishing feature are his coal-black, intensely focused, and chillingly unmoved eyes. It is said amongst his contemporaries that Hayes's entire countenance can change at only a moment's notice. With any indication of danger or premonition of violence, his affable demeanor and unremarkable stature, in countless eyewitness accounts, transforms into the striking and irrefutable figure of the unshakable, irascible Uber Ranger. Even at his young age, Hayes's reputation is that of a man who fears no hardship, who thrives in the chaos of combat, and who possesses an innate and undeniable ability to lead men who have proven otherwise ungovernable by the vast majority of society. His legend has spread far and wide through Texas, even in the short time he has been here in 1841, and this had made him an ideal member for the surveying party that the Texas government needed to survey Enchanted Rock. And so it was that Jack Hayes, legendary ranger, found himself here at Enchanted Rock on this fall afternoon. As the survey team set about their laborious tasks of unspooling a few hundred yards of steel ribbon and demarcating its location on a map, Hayes and a number of other ranger companions stood watch. At some point during their endeavors, Hayes had decided to ride out towards Enchanted Rock to procure a better close-up view of the legendary landmark. Thinking himself secure as no Comanche had been spotted in the area, Hayes rode off alone. However, in an example of just how cunning and tactically brilliant the Comanche truly are, even the experienced ranger and his cohorts have failed to notice a sizable number of warriors trailing them. Hayes's departure from the main party was just the opportunity the force of Comanche had been waiting for as they lay watching in the overlooking limestone cliffs and oak-strewn hills. As Hayes neared the base of the rock, even his conditioned nervous system must have received a notable shock when the sound of Comanche war whoops cracked the still of the afternoon air. His brain, also highly conditioned to the rigors of fast-paced frontier combat, also likely surmised, almost instantaneously, that he had no hope of retreating to his party of fellow Texans before being caught and overrun by the Comanche. Now, quite literally caught between a rock and a hard place, Hayes had ridden hard to the base of Enchanted Rock, dismounted, and began a desperate, dogged scramble up the face of the rock. His intent was to gain himself a position on the highest ground in the area, and, in the words of author J.W. Wilbarger in Indian Depredations in Texas, Hayes was, quote, determined to sell his life at the highest market price. Hayes's reputation, combined with his notable dark hair and moderate stature, made him a prized target amongst the ranks of the Comanche, and he was pursued up the side of the giant rock with utmost gusto by several warriors intent on harvesting his scalp. However, Hayes had managed to ensconce himself here, in a crevice in the granite, and construct a haphazard defensive position. He had hunkered down with his .42 caliber rifle aimed outward towards his pursuers, and 2 Colt Patterson revolvers in a holster on either hip. A less experienced frontier fighter might have made a fatal tactical miscalculation at this juncture, as the Comanche pressed their initial attack upon Hayes's position. As reliable and powerful as the Wesson percussion rifle may have been, it is still a single-shot weapon. This meant that any defender in Hayes's position would have essentially 1 shot on his pursuers, one that they must make count. After that, they would be forced to complete a loading process that would enable their enemy to close the gap between their positions and capture or kill them. Hayes has seen many a young ranger comrade fall victim to poor decision-making in this instance, only to miss their single shot and be cruelly dispatched by their Comanche foes. Hence, even as his pursuers rained down arrows upon his claustrophobic position, Hayes forced himself to hold his fire. Any time a warrior would attempt to make a terminal charge on his position, Hayes would brandish the rifle barrel at him, managing each time to dissuade his attackers. Hayes knew that, for all their tactical prowess and combative ferocity, the Comanche approach to warfare did not now, nor ever, entail the enduring of casualties in great numbers in order to obtain a victory of any kind. In the mind of the Plains warrior, it was always better, if possible, to live to fight another day. Such prudence, though no doubt understandable, left an exploitable gap for those caught in the ire of their attack. Even though alone, and with a single-shot weapon, survival for the experienced ranger was not wholly impossible, and so Hayes hunkered down and fought on. The Comanche, though, soon tired of this hated intruder keeping them at bay from atop their secret landmark. And so, again in the words of J.W. Wilbarger, they, quote, resolved to make their attack in earnest. And so they had, and had lost one of their warriors in the process. But now, as the retort of Hayes's rifle still seems to echo in the air, and their comrade lies strewn prostrate on the ground, the Comanche halt their attack and take cover. They call out to their stricken comrade, hoping to incite any signs of life in the man. But it is soon apparent that their fellow warrior has perished. When it is discovered that the warrior is dead, the cry is put out in long wolf-like howls to move back to the base of the rock. This all of the Comanche do. Hayes uses this brief respite to reload and refit his rifle. He also checks the pair of Colt Patterson revolvers he has holstered on either hip, ensuring himself at least 10 additional shots once his initial, and this time likely final, rifle shot has been fired. In short order, the Comanche contingent makes another, even more vociferous attack upon Hayes's position. Again, arrows rain down upon the rocky crevice, each a potentially fatal projectile. The Comanche war cry fills the air with high-pitched, blood-curdling screeches, and Hayes can hear the plodding, moccasined footsteps of the warriors drawing nearer and nearer to him. Hayes again coolly receives the charge, waiting until the Comanche are within range, then again popping up from his position at the last second. Only this time, sensing this to be his last opportunity to dispatch his attackers, and intending to die fighting, Hayes pulls his revolvers and empties the entirety of one of his 5-shot cylinders into the Comanche surrounding him. This, again, begets another Comanche retreat. As Hayes again hunkers down and begins hurriedly reloading for what he assumes will be an inevitable third Comanche assault, he hears the very welcome sound of his comrades firing their weapons and making their way towards Enchanted Rock. They have been battling an even larger body of Comanches during Hayes's fight and have only discovered his position when they heard the shots of his rifle and revolvers coming from high up on Enchanted Rock. Seeing this much larger force of Texians advancing, the Comanche force surrounding Enchanted Rock collects their wounded and withdraws into the canyons and sagebrush of the hill country, leaving their dead for the buzzards and the Texians. Hayes and his cohorts reunite at the base of the rock and, under a much more vigilant watch, continue their work the next day. Hayes will go on to carry out countless more adventures, from leading the Rangers in the Mexican-American War to chasing down Comanche raiders. His legend among the Comanche will soon grow to an extent that they bestow upon him the begrudgingly respectful nicknames of Captain Jack, pronounced Captain Yak, and Bravo Too Much, or Brave Too Much. In a culture like the Comanche, where courage and martial prowess were the ultimate in masculine virtues, even an avowed enemy like Jack Hayes was due his wages in reverence. Hayes would go on to marry Susan Calvert, daughter of a wealthy local hotel owner in Seguin, Texas, in 1847. In 1849, the young couple would move to California, along with millions of other Americans, in hopes of capitalizing on the new state's gold rush. Though he would not strike it rich in gold, Hayes would go on to become a successful rancher and businessman, and was elected sheriff of San Francisco in 1850. In 1853, not long after the Hayes' first son, John Caperton Hayes, had been born in California, a peculiar package arrived in the mail for the new father. Inside the parcel was a small golden spoon, sent as a gift by the legendary Comanche chief, Buffalo Hump. The spoon came with a small engraving on the handle that read, Buffalo Hump Jr. Such was the respect Hayes had earned, even amongst his longtime enemy. Hayes would pass away in 1883 at the age of 66, and is buried at the Mountain View Cemetery in Oakland, California. Tonight's story was but one snippet from Hayes' life, one that is replete with accounts of heroism, stoicism, and, at times, bone-chilling ferocity. But, for tonight, those are other stories for other times.
Japan, April 13th, 1612. On a tiny island known as Ganryoshima, located between the larger islands of Honshu and Kyushu, a well-known samurai named Sasaki Kojiro stalks the shoreline, growing ever more incensed by the minute. He has an appointment, as it were, to fight another samurai in a one-on-one sword duel. The fight is an intensely serious matter, one that can, and often does, lead to grievous injury and death. Kojiro is an experienced samurai, the elite warrior class that, even at this point in the 1600s, has existed in Japan for centuries. He is a veteran of many such duels, and a highly acclaimed fighter, known for his unique fighting style, one that is based upon his unique choice of weaponry. Kojiro employs a katana, the legendary long blade of the samurai, that is substantially longer and heavier than the standard sword. This has enabled him to strike with great power from greater range than all of his opponents thus far. He goes by the fighting name Ganryu, meaning large rock style. It is rumored that Kojiro was a student of the legendary swordsman Toda Saigen, who excelled in the use of the short blade known as the kodachi. The local story holds that after months of sparring with the local short blade master Saigen, Kojiro adopted the long blade katana, a more cumbersome but powerful weapon which better suited the young samurai's physicality. Another account holds that it was actually Kanamaki Jisai, himself a former student of Toda Saigen, who was Kojiro's teacher. Regardless of the origin of his fighting style, the results of Kojiro's natural proclivity and his efforts in training have become the stuff of local legend in recent years. In duel after duel, many of them being to the death, Kojiro has proven his skills and fortitude. He is not only a formidable fighter, he is one of the best, perhaps the best, swordsman in all of Japan. Since the beginning, in accordance with the samurai tradition of discipline that will eventually become known as the Code of Bushido, Kojiro has made it a point to show up on time and prepared, be it for a training session or an actual duel. Today has been no different, as Kojiro has risen at dawn, said his prayers, donned his armor, and arrived at the appointed place of combat well ahead of time, with a slew of onlookers and assistants in tow. But his opponent on this day has not seen fit to extend such basic courtesy to all involved. This is a major breach of etiquette, and Kojiro is understandably growing increasingly indignant. Finally, a rowboat appears in the distance, placidly making its way towards the island. Though its arrival is by now hours late, the vessel seems to travel at the speed of someone on a sightseeing tour. Finally, the boat rides the gentle waves into the rocky shore, and outsteps an austerely dressed, unkempt, and apparently unhurried man. His demeanor is workmanlike, seemingly almost bored, as though he has been in this exact same place 100 times before, in an austere location only minutes away from facing a highly skilled opponent in a fight that could be to the death. This is because he has. The man's name is Miyamoto Musashi, considered by many, if not most, to be the actual greatest swordsman in Japan. Considering the gravity of the situation at hand, his seeming lack of concern is palpably disconcerting. As he strides sure-footedly away from the rowboat, Miyamoto Musashi seems wholly unbothered by his obviously aggravated opponent. While Sasaki Kojiro cuts the expectedly imposing figure of a samurai, ornately adorned in polished armor, gleaming steel blade in hand, emanating an air of controlled fury, held in check only by his years of tireless training, Miyamoto Musashi is clothed in simple garments, with uncombed hair and eczema-scarred skin. However, despite his slightly puzzling appearance, he seems to possess the cold, hard demeanor of a hitman. Perhaps the most striking feature of the enigmatic warrior making his way towards his opponent now is what he lacks: a sword of his own. Instead, he carries a boat oar that he has spent the preceding few hours carving into a crude, makeshift wooden katana. In this world of ritual and respect, Musashi has introduced an element of unadulterated chaos. But in such chaos lies Musashi's strategic, calculated genius. A genius he has fostered over the preceding decades, in a life that will ultimately become the stuff of Japanese legend. Miyamoto Musashi was born Shinmin Musashi no Kami Fujiwara no Haranobu in either the Harima province or the Mimisaka province in the year 1584. His father, Shinmin Munisai, was himself a legendary swordsman and martial artist. Musashi was trained from an early age in both the ways of armed and unarmed combat, but it was at the age of only 7 that his father cast him into the streets after an argument, not allowing him to return. With Musashi's mother having passed away only a few years earlier, he was now relegated to fending for himself. Luckily for the beleaguered youngster, a kindly uncle named Dorin-bo took him in, and he was raised in a temple near Harajuku. Here, Dorin-bo and another uncle named Tasumi educated the young Musashi in the ways of Buddhism, as well as reading, writing, and arithmetic. He also continued to train in the martial arts and swordsmanship, and, according to his own account in his legendary autobiography and treatise on combat, known as Go-Rin no Sho, or the Book of Five Rings, he fought his first duel at the age of only 13. Musashi's personal account of the events is as follows. I have trained in the way of strategy since my youth. At the age of 13, I fought a duel for the first time. My opponent was called Arima Kihai, a sword adept of the Shinto Ryo, and I defeated him. At the age of 16, I defeated a powerful adept by the name of Akiyama, who came from the prefecture of Tajima. At the age of 21, I went up to Kyoto and fought duels with several adepts of the sword from famous schools, but I never lost. In the interim, at roughly the age of 20, Musashi also found himself caught up in one of the deadliest large-scale battles in Japanese history. In the year 1600, war had ignited between the Toyotomi and Tokugawa clans. Musashi had fought on the side of the Toyotomi in what was known as the Army of the West.
He is reported to have participated in the defense of Jifu Castle, the assault on Fushimi Castle, and the devastating defeat suffered at the Battle of Sekigahara. During the Battle of Sekigahara, Toyotomi's army of the West was decisively routed, and its forces dispersed as the men fled into the surrounding villages and countryside. According to legend, Musashi had sought refuge in the wilderness surrounding Mount Haiko, or Haiko-san. Here, he trained relentlessly, refining the martial skills he had learned as a child. Over the coming years, he would build his reputation as a formidable fighter as he traveled Japan to compete against other samurais in duels. Though not all duels were to the death, unless this stipulation had been previously agreed to by both combatants, injury was not uncommon, and the damage done to one's reputation was often seen by many as worse than death. As the years passed, Musashi built a progressively more formidable reputation as not only a skilled fighter, but an innovator and a refiner of techniques, as well as a deeply contemplative warrior. He would continue to live a vagabond-like existence until 1611, where he had begun to frequent the Myohinji Daishan Inn, where he had met a man who served as a vassal to Lord Hokusawa Tadaoki, a powerful local lord who had been given charge of northern Kyushu. The man was named Nagaoka Sado. The two men developed a friendship at the temple, as Sado was well aware of Musashi's reputation and was likely an admirer of his skills as well. Some sources cite Sado as the critical proponent of the duel between Musashi and Sojiro, arguing repeatedly that the time had come to determine who was in fact the greatest swordsman in Japan. After the customary challenge and negotiation, the date of April 13th, 1612, had been agreed to. Now, the day of the fight has arrived, and though the gathering of spectators has been expressly forbidden by civic officials, this has done little in the way of actually prohibiting onlookers from crowding onto the shoreline in hopes of catching even a glimpse of what will likely go down as the greatest samurai duel in history. Musashi, despite his unkempt appearance and detached, unbothered demeanor here on the rocky shoreline facing down his opponent, has anticipated that Kojiro will in fact be his toughest opponent to date. He knows that he will need every strategic and tactical advantage that he can bring to bear. Thus, every action he has taken today, and every facet of his appearance, has been part of a cold, calculated plan meant to disrupt his opponent's mindset. Musashi has risen late, slowly eaten his breakfast, and made his way to the appointed place of combat under condition of deliberate tardiness. He has shown up not only late, and not only looking as though he has just rolled out of bed, and virtually unarmed save for the boat oar that he carries. Though all of these affronts to the samurai code would seem to the casual observer to have set Musashi up poorly for potential success, in this rare instance, the inverse is proving true. Kojiro, one of Japanese most experienced and adept swordsmen, has come prepared for the high-stakes matchup under the auspices of normality, expecting tradition and ceremony to be afforded their customary precedence. But in introducing these purposeful slights of honor not only to his opponent, but to the spectators and to the event itself, Musashi has masterfully utilized chaos as a means to mentally unbalance his opponent. Kojiro is himself a master of the traditional form of samurai dueling, but Musashi, via a combination of foresight, experience, and natural-born disposition, has refused to cede even the most minute of strategic ground, preferring to defy social norms in the interest of personal victory. In Japanese martial tradition, this is a nearly unheard-of instance. However, in keeping with the very core of samurai tradition, Musashi has taken great care in envisioning and enacting his detailed plan. Every aspect of the chaos being introduced by Musashi is purposely designed to impart a very specific psychological impact. Every skill that he will use to bring his vision to fruition has been carefully honed through years of rigorous training. Kojiro, not impressed by these factors, begins to berate his opponent for being late, chiding him and implying that he has done so out of cowardice. Still in a fit of rage, Kojiro throws the scabbard of his sword into the water, indicating that he intends to fight to the death. Musashi, well aware of the meaning of the gesture, and in fact quite pleased that the strategy is working, assures Kojiro that this is just as well, as he will never have an opportunity to use his scabbard in this world again. Though these fights are Generally, officiated by a referee, the two warriors now circle each other, paying no attention to the appointed official, intent only on their opponent's destruction. As they move, both bring their weapons forward, with Kojiro taking a unique stance in which his hands are held high, baiting Mushashi in for a strike, which he plans to counter by capitalizing on his weapon's superior range. But the weapon Mushashi wields is also part of his larger plan. He has carved the boat oar a mere few inches longer than Kojiro's sword, effectively nullifying one of Kojiro's greatest advantages. However, this scarcely perceptible tactic is lost amid the torrent of confusion and effrontery that Mushashi has unleashed. In the midst of this, though, Musashi's demeanor remains that of a laborer on a work site, not in the least caught up in the ire of his opponent, not to mention the crowd and officials whom he has also kept waiting. Musashi's eyes fade into a shark-like, emotionless focus. Holding the boat oar out as a gauge for distance, Mushashi makes no move to give Kojiro an attack to counter. Taking this as a further display of cowardice, Kojiro has now worked himself into a blinding fury. In Kojiro's mind, Mushashi has not only deeply disrespected him, but he has wholly disregarded the samurai tradition of honor and respect between dueling opponents. Kojiro now decides that Mushashi must not be allowed to besmirch the code that so many have lived by and died for. Now, he decides, is the time to cut this vagabond down once and for all for his insolence. Kojiro moves in a flash, charging forward in short, decisive steps as he whips his blade in a circular pattern known as the swallow's cut. Mushashi, however, has rendered his next movements relatively unpredictable, as he has not taken up a traditional stance and is weighed down with a heavier than normal weapon. In a rare instance, Kojiro's cut misses, as Mushashi sidesteps the elongated blade, by some accounts doing so by such a close margin that his headband is cut and falls to the ground. Now, in a decisive blow akin to the local butcher dispatching an autumn hog, Mushashi crashes down upon the skull of Kojiro with the boat oar, striking him with several blows so powerful that the mere audible memory alone will haunt many onlookers present for days to come. Within seconds, the fight is over. Sasaki Kojiro, one of Japan's greatest samurai, now lies dead on a remote beach as a group of horrified onlookers and officials gaze at his gore-covered opponent in equal parts shock and awe. Miyamoto Musashi now stands boat oar in hand over his fallen opponent. In later accounts, Musashi will write of Kojiro as his greatest challenge and toughest opponent, and it can only be imagined the wash of relief, rage, and reverence that befell the nervous system of Japan's greatest duelist. But now is no time for sentimentalities. Though his genius will go on to fill the pages of one of the most seminal works in practical approaches to combat in history, genius is often not recognized in its own time. Such is the case now, as several of the onlookers are unhappy, and while many of the crowd indeed admire the showcase of skill and psychological gamesmanship they have just witnessed, Musashi is well aware that he has created a contentious situation, and that now would be the most prudent time to make his exit. And so, with little fanfare, Musashi jumps back into his rowboat with his paid oarsmen already in place for their return journey. With no more fanfare nor ceremony than the aforementioned local butcher, Miyamoto Musashi sits emotionless as the boat makes its way back to the main island. This duel will go down as one of the most seminal events in Japanese samurai history, as well as one of the turning points in Musashi's life. Seeing the regrettable nature of losing one of Japan's greatest fighters simply to resolve an ego-driven quarrel, Musashi began more and more to contemplate the philosophical implications of fighting, and how he felt they should, or perhaps more aptly, that they must, be applied to combat. Certainly, though, this is but one duel of many in the legendary career of Miyamoto Musashi, who would go down in history as perhaps the greatest samurai swordsman of all time, as well as a nationally revered figure. In a fitting twist, one that would likely suit both men, Sasaki Kojiro has also become a revered figure in Japan, known as a courageous, skilled warrior who ardently upheld the code of Bushido. But the tales of the many battles of Miyamoto Musashi, as well as the countless other legendary samurai and samurai battles, are,
For tonight, other stories for other times.
Lincoln County, New Mexico, March 9, 1878. Dick Brewer's pale face displays a look of horrified shock as his horse nears the 3 fallen bodies of his prisoners. Motionless upon the earth in Blackwater Canyon lie Buck Morton, Frank Baker, and William McCloskey. Morton and Baker had been arrested by Brewer's posse just 3 days prior after a miles-long horse chase. They were issued a warrant by the Justice of the Peace on account of their involvement in the murder of John Tunstall. Tunstall was a friend and employer to many of the men in Brewer's party, having worked for the young Englishman at his cattle ranch. The cold-blooded execution of Tunstall was committed after the Lincoln County Sheriff William Brady sent a detachment of men to wrangle cattle from the Tunstall ranch on behalf of a debt owed by Brady's competitor and the business partner of John Tunstall, one Alexander McSween. McSween, a lawyer from St. Louis, had recently settled in Lincoln County with high ambitions. He endeavored to make a fortune for himself in the cattle and dry goods business in the profitable southern New Mexican mountains. The only issue with his lofty aspirations was the near monopoly on these interests held by Sheriff Brady and his partner, James Dolan. Tensions were present from the arrival of McSween and his British business partner, John Tunstall. Brady and Dolan, as well as the numerous men who were allied with them, profited from their cattle trade and their store, known simply as the House, and they were immediately leery about the bright-eyed newcomers attempting to carve out a piece of their pie. McSween would cross a red line that had set off a chain of hostile events, sparking the Lincoln County War. A local resident hired McSween to represent them in the service of procuring a life insurance payout for a recently deceased family member. McSween would travel back east and spend several months' effort in securing the sizable payout of the insurance claim. However, the would-be recipient of the claim had also inherited a large debt to the house from the policyholder. If McSween were to deliver the payout to them, the money would almost entirely be going to help his competition. McSween, acting on business instincts instead of morals, withheld the payment to inflict damage upon Brady and Dolan as their legal efforts to come into possession of the funds played out. Sheriff Brady, a lawman with Irish roots and a temper as fierce as the Emerald Isle is green, gained a judgment from the court to attach McSween's property in service of the debt. And attach property he did, storming into McSween's office and selecting far more property than necessary to satisfy the debt. But the sheriff did not stop there. He sent a determined posse of his men to Tunstall's ranch to attach his cattle to the debt of McSween. Tunstall was not implicated in the ruling against McSween, but the sheriff sought to use this opportunity to make a clear statement to his advisers and inflict maximum damage upon them. John Tunstall approached the sheriff's posse alone as they descended upon his ranch, and was shot down with bitter indifference by Brady's men. Tunstall's men had been herding cattle and were attempting to catch up to Tunstall as he made his solo approach, but were only in time to see his still warm body lifeless upon the ground as the sun began to sink behind the mountains. The group of men would label themselves the Regulators, and they set out for vengeance on behalf of John Tunstall. They would even be deputized by the Justice of the Peace and capture Morton and Baker in early March. Dick Brewer had been the de facto leader of the party, but had faced a veritable mutiny as his men went against his wishes and executed Morton, Baker, and McCloskey as Brewer was attempting to return the men to Lincoln to stand trial for the crime against Tunstall. The Lincoln County War still stands as a timeless narrative that echoes forth from the ages of the Old West. It embodies within it many parables and much hard-learned wisdom, and as the escalations continued to mount, the truism that 2 wrongs don't make a right, and an eye for an eye would make the whole world blind, stand atop that list. The 2 deadly exchanges between bitter enemies of the war would not be where the hostilities ceased. The bodies of Baker, Morton, and McCloskey lay in what has come to be known as Dead Man's Straw. Brewer would enlist the help of New Mexican natives to bury them. The rest of the posse did not continue on to Lincoln with Brewer as he grimly rode into town to deliver the news and surrender himself. Brewer arrived in town on the 10th, just a day after McSween had returned himself. After seeking the counsel of his attorney companion, Brewer decided to face whatever legal ramifications were coming his way for his role in the Blackwater disaster, even if it meant his own death. The violence in the southern reaches of the territory had summoned the governor of New Mexico to travel to Lincoln and intercede, but the townspeople, hoping for an impartial authority to set their troubles at ease, would be further disappointed. Governor Axtell arrived in Lincoln on the morning of March 9th, and he spent just 3 hours investigating the matter that had gripped his southern territory, doing so while in the ever-present company of James Dolan. The governor deferred the opportunity to interview any neutral parties in the region, nor did he request a meeting with McSween to diplomatically attempt to find a resolution and bring about peace. As the citizen attempted to inform Axtell on the confluence of events that had led them to this precipitous situation, he simply demurred, "I know all about the matter and its cause, and I have already taken such action as I deem necessary." The governor's vague response to the citizen may be cleared up with his official decree. The primary action that would be taken by the governor on account of his trip to Lincoln, which would appear in the Cimarron News and Press on March 21, 1878, and contain, in part, the following. To the citizens of Lincoln County, the disturbed condition of affairs at the county seat brings me to Lincoln County at this time. My only object is to assist the good citizens to uphold the laws and keep the peace. First, John B. Wilson's appointment by the county commissioners as Justice of the Peace was illegal and void. Second, the appointment of Robert Weidman as U.S. Marshal has been revoked. Third, the President of the United States, Rutherford B. Hayes, upon an application made by me as Governor of New Mexico, has directed the post commander, Colonel Purington, to assist territorial civil officers in maintaining order and enforcing legal process. The governor's decree had retroactively undermined the efforts of the regulators to bring Tunstall's assailants to justice. By voiding John B. Wilson's appointments as Justice of the Peace, the warrants he issued for Morton and Baker were also vitiated, as well as his deputizing of the regulators. Now, the only officers of the court were Brady and his deputies, which included the remaining men who had carried out Tunstall's execution. The governor then went so far as to invoke the President of the United States to send a military intervention to the county to carry out the suppression efforts on behalf of Sheriff Brady. If Governor Axtell had intended to deliver a crushing blow to the citizens who were already working themselves into a rebellious fervor towards the county authorities, his effect had done just the opposite. After the one-sided proclamation and the disregard for the cold-blooded slaying of Tunstall, the time for relying upon the system to bring about justice was long over. Dick Brewer had learned of the governor's action from McSween upon his return, and his resolution to face the legal ramifications for what had occurred in Blackwater would be drastically altered. McSween instead instructed Brewer to give Lincoln County a, quote, wide berth until court was convened and there may be clarity brought to the issues plaguing the county. Brewer would leave during the night to his farm in Ruidoso. He would also deliver the message to all those who had been deputized that they were now essentially outlaws, stripped of all law enforcement abilities. On Monday the 11th, Alexander McSween fled Lincoln as well. He would take refuge in the town of Pecos, within John Chisholm's ranch. It was his plan to stay thereabouts until court had convened, then stand trial on embezzlement charges for his role in withholding the life insurance funds from his client. On the 13th, just 2 days after McSween's exit from Lincoln, the Jesse Evans gang would appear on the scene once more. The gang, now without members Baker and Morton, still boasted its namesake Jesse Evans, as well as his favored accomplice, Tom Hill. The outlaw gang had acted as mercenaries on behalf of Sheriff Brady in the death of John Tunstall, and had been hiding out in the Sacramento mountains. They moved down from their hideout towards Tularosa, and would come upon the camp of German sheep herder John Wagner. Jesse Evans and Tom Hill were at this point desperate for supplies and provisions. Wagner had been herding a flock of nearly 4,000 sheep from California en route to Concho County in Texas. He had made camp near Tularosa and was out with his flock when Evans and Hill descended into his camp. Only the driver of the wagon was present in the camp when the gang members began looting, and they were so focused on their objective that they failed to see Wagner approaching them alone as he returned to the camp. The elder herdsman grabbed a hold of a rifle belonging to Hill, which the intruder had left leaning upon a tree, and began firing with lethal intention upon the men. Tom Hill was immediately killed, and Jesse Evans was seriously wounded, having been shot twice, with one shot hitting him in the wrist and another penetrating his lungs. Improbable as it was, Evans managed to make an escape on horseback, riding into the night into the Oregon mountains, where he would reach Shedd's ranch and be given a welcome reception. Evans would hole up there for a few days, but his grave condition prompted him into turning himself into Fort Stanton so he could be given care for his wounds, which he feared would soon become mortal. With Tom Hill, Baker, and Morton now dead, Jesse Evans would now have a story about the killing of Tunstall that would provide plenty of opportunities to scapegoat his expired companions. The recently removed U.S. Marshal Weidenman and Governor Axtell would publish contradictory letters in the New Mexican, a journal publication out of Santa Fe that took to attacking Weidenman on the governor's behalf. Their contention hinging on the fact that Weidenman had written a letter describing the events of Tunstall's slaying to an attorney friend in San Francisco, and that the contents held within the letter and its date showed that Weidenman had taken action he could not have been authorized to take, on account of the fact that the district court had not yet convened at that point to issue the warrants, and therefore the arrest could not have been carried out under the letter of the law at the time they were issued by Weidenman. The article delivered a rhetorical assault upon Weidenman and the regulators in an attempt to shift public opinion behind the governor and his course of action. It also painted a picture of the territory that was now under dispute, much of which stands true to this day. Quote, Lincoln is the southeast corner county of New Mexico. It is partly inhabited by Indians, the Mescalero Apache, who blows where he listeth, by Texas cattlemen, a few traders and businessmen, and a few skeleton companies of the United States troops. The letter provoked Weidenman to offer a rebuttal. Quote, the comments, like all others made by the gentlemanly editors, are full of Billingsgate and blatherskite. Mud and dirt are, as usual, freely thrown, and I with others am of the opinion that the editors unfortunately mistake their calling. Weidenman, clearly on the attack, proceeded to call into question not only the publication, but the actions of the lawmen of Lincoln County and the governor for their biased and myopic view of the violent late winter's war. A session of court had been announced for April 1st, though it was supposed to be scheduled for the 8th. Members of the regulators, acting independently of McSween as well as their recognized leader Dick Brewer, gathered near the court on the evening of March 31st in anticipation of the announced court session the following morning. Amongst them were Billy the Kid, Frank McNabb, Jim French, Fred Waite, Henry Middleton, and Henry Brown. They spent the evening at the Tunstall store, stoking one another's tempers and recollections of the recent injustices. Around 9 o'clock on the morning of the 1st, Sheriff Brady, along with several deputies and allies, walked from the Dolan store at the west end of town toward the courthouse. They informed prospective jurors that the court date had been announced in error and they would be convening the following Monday instead. As they walked through the town on their way to the court, they passed directly by Tunstall's store, doing so without incident. They then started to make their way back towards Dolan's headquarters. The corral at the rear of Tunstall's store was surrounded with high adobe walls with a narrow driveway on the east side of the building. The driveway had a wooden gate from which anyone approaching from the east could clearly be seen, but those approaching from the west could not be seen until they were right upon the gate, as the vantage point was blocked by the building that housed the Tunstall store. The regulators watched through this gate as Brady and his men walked back towards Dolan's store from the courthouse. Their group was scattered about, not walking in unison, when suddenly a series of rifle shots cut through the morning air. Brady fell at once, stopped dead in his tracks. Later, his recovered body would display at least a dozen bullet wounds. His deputy, George Heineman, was pierced by a single bullet, but after managing to stagger back a few steps in the direction of the courthouse, he fell dead as well, his last words a frightened plea for water. A bystander was shot just below the hip while hoeing an onion patch, but it was only a flesh wound. As Billy the Kid and French raced over to Brady's body, accounts vary as to their motives. Some assert that it was to recover the kid's previously seized pistol, while others say that it was to take the arrest warrant Brady held for McSween. Nevertheless, Billy the Kid was then shot on the inside of his left thigh. The bullet that struck the kid and also wounded French was fired by one Deputy Matthews, who had successfully taken cover amidst the fray of gunfire. The wound French received required him to briefly take refuge in the crawl space of a local citizen's home. Weidenman was in the corral where the gunfire emanated from, but claimed he was only there to feed Tunstall's dog. While perhaps true, it became a much derided alibi. Once the gunfire had ceased and the town had quieted, the regulators, aside from Billy the Kid, rode out of town. As they passed the outskirts of town, John Long fired 4 shots upon them from his rifle, one seriously wounding French. The regulators returned fire and made their escape. Billy the Kid's wound, while not serious, made horseback riding highly difficult, and he would make his own exit from town a couple of days later. The latest and most daring act of violence that had yet occurred in the Lincoln County War would bring to town Captain G.A. Purington and 25 soldiers from Fort Stanton. A town-wide search, door to door, was conducted for any remaining belligerents from the attacking party. Sheriff Brady was now dead. The governor's attempts to quell the mutinous fervor amongst the regulators had failed, and now even the military had been called in. 3 days after the attack on Brady and his men, the regulators headed southwest out of Lincoln. Brady's deputies and Captain Purington made a round of arrests. Unable to capture any of the 6 men who participated in the shooting, they went after Robert Weidenman, who admitted to being in the corral but not to being a party to the massacre. They also took McSween's brother-in-law, a man by the last name of Shield, into custody. McSween was arrested as soon as he arrived back in town, but McSween had brought to town with him an ally from Colorado, Dr. Montague R. Leverson, who had been staying at John Chisholm's ranch. Through his connections in the Hayes administration, he was able to put pressure upon prominent New York politicians regarding their dealings with McSween. McSween, Weidenman, and Shield were all taken to Fort Stanton. McSween's wife and allies stayed at the nearby trader's post to be available to lend their support. On April 4th, just 3 days after the death of Sheriff Brady, one of the most infamous gun battles of the Old West would occur at Blazer's Mill, a sawmill and trading post that supplied beef to the Mescalero Apache. It belonged to Dr. Joseph Hoy Blazer, an Indian affairs agent, and Blazer's wife ran a diner of sorts for travelers passing through. Dick Brewer and his men had stopped in at around 11 a.m. on that unseasonably warm spring day for lunch. As the regulators had passed through Ruidoso Valley, they had welcomed the addition of 5 new recruits, including Frank Coe and his cousin, George Coe. They piled into the Blazers' dining room, stacking their rifles against the wall, then gathered around a table awaiting their meal. Andrew Buckshot Roberts then rode up on his mule, leaving his pistol and cartridge belt as he made his way into the diner. But as he approached the front door, he caught a glimpse of several rifles stacked against the wall. He then retreated back to grab his own weapon. Roberts headed across the road to an office for the sawmill operated by Dr. Blazer. Roberts had been preparing to leave the country, but was waiting on some necessary letters to arrive there first. Buckshot Roberts was on the run because he had been a member of the posse that had shot down John Tunstall. As he made his way across the road, one of the regulators recognized him and cried out, "Here's Buck Roberts!" Brewer was still in possession of a warrant for his arrest. Before the men had a chance to take an easy shot at Roberts, Brewer called them to restrain themselves. Then, just as he had done with Morton and Baker, Brewer attempted to bring Buckshot Roberts in peacefully. Brewer would regret his decision. Brewer sent Frank Coe, who was well acquainted with Roberts, to persuade him to surrender peacefully. Roberts asked Coe to join him in Dr. Blazer's office to discuss the situation, but Coe declined, fearing he could be taken hostage. They instead sat on the doorstep of a wide room inside the Adobe structure. Coe informed Roberts of the warrant they held, and that Brewer was guaranteeing his safety, and they only wanted to deliver him to the proper authorities. Naturally, Buckshot scoffed at this. "Surrender? Never. Never while I'm alive. Kid Antrim is with you and he would kill me on sight. Don't I know what happened to Morton and Baker?" The revenge killing of Morton and Baker in Blackwater County after their arrest by the regulators would make it nearly impossible for anyone to acquiesce to them peacefully. Add to that the assassination of Sheriff Brady, and the problem was even further compounded. Nevertheless, Coe continued to plead his case. Buckshot had earned his nickname because of his many hard battles with the natives, the Texas Rangers, and other wranglers and cowboys. He was not a large man by any measure, but he endured, in spite of having one arm crippled to the point he could not raise his rifle up to his shoulder. His body bore the scars of a hard-scrabble life on the frontier, and the prospect of squaring off in a shootout with 15-1 odds did not cause him to flinch. The regulators that were awaiting Roberts' surrender grew restless, and after some time, Brewer sent George Coe, Henry Middleton, and Charles Beaudry over to attempt to arrest Roberts without incident. As Beaudry came upon the two men, he called out, "Roberts, throw up your hands!" Buckshot Roberts snarled back a defiant, "No!" and sprang up to his feet, but before he could fire off a round, Beaudry inflicted a gruesome gut shot to the wanted man. As the abdomen of Roberts flailed with agonizing intensity, he pushed through the door of the office, then threw a mattress over the doorway to barricade himself within. Through his covered position, he began to send out returning fire. His first shot cut the belt directly off the waist of Charles Beaudry. The next struck George Coe directly in his trigger finger as he went to fire his gun, severing the digit just above the knuckle, a 1 in a million shot delivered with cinematic perfection. The third shot pierced the chest of Henry Middleton, inflicting a serious wound to his lungs. And, as if he were a magnet for non-lethal gunshot injuries, another round grazed the arm of Billy the Kid. If they had any designs on waiting out Roberts to expend his ammunition, they would be disappointed. It was revealed to them that the office he had taken refuge in also housed Dr. Blazer's Springfield rifle and over 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Dick Brewer then managed to regain order of his men. He instructed them to stay out of the line of fire, and that he would take up a position to see into the doorway where Roberts was holed up within. He crossed the road and took cover behind the protection of some sizable logs lying upon the ground near the sawmill. As Brewer slowly rose his head above the lumber, Roberts saw the hat rising over the top of the logs. Roberts took aim just below the brim of the hat and fired. Brewer was struck by a bullet square between the eyes and fell dead at once. The regulators could do nothing but watch in stunned horror from their position. Brewer had been their leader through good times and bad, and with varying degrees of efficacy, but his abrupt loss had thrown the party into total disarray. The men deserted the area without even attempting to recover the body of their fallen leader. They retreated to George Coe's residence on the Ruidoso River. Back at Blazer's mill, Buckshot Roberts was so gravely wounded through the stomach that Dr. Blazer had sent for the surgeon at Fort Stanton. But Roberts could not be saved. He passed the following day, and was buried in a grave directly adjacent to the one that had been freshly dug for Dick Brewer. Alexander McSween would soon learn of the events at Blazer's mill, and send an account of the events to the Cimarron News and Press, published on April 18th. McSween relayed the events of the two shooting incidents, the wounds to Buckshot Roberts as well as to his allied men, and the death of their leader. He would eulogize Brewer in the statement, quote, "Richard M. Brewer was one of nature's noble men, physically faultless, generous to a fault, a giant in friendship, possessing an irreproachable character and unsullied honor. Kind, amiable, and gentle in disposition, he has fallen early into the 3x6 promised him 18 months ago. Murderers and horse thieves hated him. Their friends hated him. But the people, Mexican and American, held him in the highest possible esteem." The loss of Brewer was not just the death of an honorable man in an increasingly violent and unnecessary conflict. It represented the loss of order within the roughshod rank and file of the regulators. Brewer presented an outwardly civil and organized face to the public in regards to the group. The remaining members could be considered to be varying degrees of law-abiding, with some being downright despised. The vacant sheriff position would be filled by John Copeland, who was appointed as Sheriff Brady's successor, but after a short time it was ascertained that he would not be wholly favorable towards Murphy and Dolan's interests, opting instead for a neutral position in an effort to restore peace to Lincoln. Copeland would eventually be relieved of his command and replaced by George Pepin. George Pepin was one of Brady and Dolan's oldest allies in the territory. Pepin was easily swayed. He exhibited a relatively weak demeanor, certainly in comparison to Brady, and could be instructed to do the bidding of the House complicitly. Sheriff Pepin would continue the use of deputized members of the Murphy-Dolan faction, including Jesse Evans, who was also a suspect in the death of John Tunstall. Along with the Jesse Evans gang already aggressive involvement, the Seven Rivers Warriors began posturing to make a move in the ongoing Lincoln County conflict. News came out of Roswell, at the time just a small 2 or 3 house settlement 60 miles east of Lincoln. The crux of the matter was the favorable court ruling McSween had won the month prior. A letter was published in the Las Vegas Gazette on April 28th, written by one Marion Turner. Quote, "As far as legal proceedings are concerned, the difficulties in Lincoln County were settled on the 15th of this month. The change to the grand jury by Judge Bristol was denunciatory in the action of McSween and laudatory to the opposite party, the head of which is supposed to be Major Murphy and the firm of J.J. Dolan and Company. My firm belief is that although the adherents of these parties have been guilty in, quote, killing their enemies, there was no murder in the matter, but a contest for, quote, the best of the fight." Turner was clearly unhappy with the result that favored McSween, but even beyond that, he attempted to reframe Lincoln County violence as being a byproduct of war and not actions that were subjectable to laws of homicide and mayhem. The, quote, Pecos men, the Seven Rivers Warriors, also took umbrage with a statement by Dick Brewer's successor as leader of the regulators, Frank McNabb. McNabb had made a statement after the favorable McSween ruling that the regulators intended to, quote, close out all who had been involved with cattle wrangling in Lincoln County. The Seven Rivers people were notorious for their cattle thievery. McNabb said that they would soon come down to, quote, clean them up. One of the Seven Rivers Warriors' loudest voices rebuked this, stating, "What do they think we are, a pack of mice?" On the 29th, the Seven Rivers Warriors had reached the location of the Fritz Ranch, roughly 8 miles south of Lincoln. There were 35 men in total. With them was George Pepin and several other Murphy-Dolan loyalists. Frank McNabb, Frank Coe, and Ab Sanders were traveling after dinner in Lincoln towards their farm in Hondo. As they rounded a bend, they were spotted by a detachment of the Seven Rivers Warriors men, who had recognized the regulators at once, as McNabb had stood out to them. In unison, McNabb, Coe, and Sanders were fired upon. McNabb was mortally wounded. His recovered body would exhibit numerous bullet holes. Sanders fell from his steed. He had survived, but was terribly wounded himself. Coe had jumped from his horse and managed to come away unscathed. He would scurry into a recess in the hillside and keep up a continuous fire until running out of munitions. Coe then surrendered under the assurance that his life would be spared, and, as he was not the primary target, which Frank McNabb had been, he acquiesced. Coe was taken to Fort Stanton to be treated for his wounds. The Seven Rivers Warriors men then descended upon Lincoln under the cover of night, stationing themselves within the Dolan store. They stated that they wanted to be granted permission to deliver the same frontier justice to Alexander McSween and his adherents that they had wrought upon Sheriff Brady. One Captain Saturnino Baca refused to be party to this murderous scheme. The Seven Rivers men spent the night in town and conspired to make an attack, but when dawn arrived and illuminated the town of Lincoln, they saw Ellis's place, tightly shut and guarded. Within were several McSween allies, armed and ready for battle. The Seven Rivers men instead opted to offer their help to Sheriff Copeland to make arrests for those involved in the death of Sheriff Brady and Deputy Hindman. Upon receiving this correspondence, Copeland sent word to Fort Stanton that soldiers were needed in town to prevent the outbreak of violence between the two mobilizing factions. George Coe had been stationed atop the roof of the Ellis store, and he took a shot at one of the Seven Rivers men in his line of sight. The man he shot turned out to be Charlie Cruling, known familiarly as Dutch Charlie. The shot struck him in the ankle, shattering the bone. The two opposing sides then began firing upon one another, and as the town was on the precipice of civil war, 14 soldiers arrived from Fort Stanton to put an end to the skirmish, at least for the time being. But the decisive battles to come in the battle for Lincoln County are, for tonight, other stories for other times.
Eagle Pass, Texas, April 25th, 1875. Private Pompey Factor wipes the sweat from his eyes, clearing his vision of the nearly apocalyptic sight before him. Sweeping down upon his position are dozens of incensed Comanche warriors, all intent not only on killing Pompey Factor and his 3 fellow soldiers, but hoping to accomplish this grisly task via the long drawn-out tortures they have become famous for across the frontier. Factor and his mates are well aware that the coming minutes will spell either their doom or their salvation, and that the former scenario is far more likely. Pompey Factor, Sergeant John Barnes, and trumpeter Isaac Payne, all members of a mixed-race Black and Seminole contingent of scouts attached to the famed Buffalo Soldiers, are locked in a desperate battle with an exponentially larger attacking force of Comanche warriors. Despite the cultural and ethnic milieu present on the battlefield, the U.S. Army has, 10 years after the completion of the Civil War, still not changed their requirement that the officers in command of these units be white. Thus, in command on this day is Lieutenant John Lapham Bullis. However, at this very moment, regardless of their personal backgrounds or the greater ramifications of racial prejudice in United States federal policy, all 4 men are concerned solely with the immediate threat of the Comanche warriors now bearing down upon them. They are all experienced soldiers. Lieutenant Bullis is a respected veteran of the Civil War, and not only have all of these men spent the preceding year fighting the vicious Red River campaign, but these 3 scouts, Pompey Factor, John Barnes, and Isaac Payne, have grown up in lives radically different even from their compatriots serving in what history has come to know as the Buffalo Soldiers. Following the abolition of slavery and the conclusion of the Civil War, the U.S. Army had formed 4 regiments of black soldiers, mostly being former slaves, and wasted no time proving and then repeatedly utilizing the skill and daring of these regiments in their campaigns against the Plains tribes that had reignited with America's post-war revival of enthusiasm for westward expansion and settlement. Though the origins of the term Buffalo Soldier are in fact highly contentious, the prevailing theory is that the hair of the soldiers was unlike anything the Plains tribes were familiar with. They likened the hair of the black cavalry and infantrymen as similar to that of the hair of their buffalo robes, and thus the name stuck. However, one countervailing theory, one likely just as meritorious as it can be corroborated with quartermaster's records, holds that the troopers were one of the few units outfitted with buffalo hide coats to combat the open plains winter chill. The Army supply of wool coats had waned in 1866, and the locally sourced and supplied buffalo coats presented a viable, affordable, and very effective solution to the Army's supply chain conundrums. Thus, oftentimes when a soldier from one of the newly formed regiments was seen for the very first time by a Plains warrior, he would be sporting one of the heavy, full-length buffalo coats. Regardless of the origins of their name, the legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers, even 9 years after their inception, is one of notable gallantry and exceptional courage in combat. Many, if not most of these men in these regiments, see their service as an opportunity to prove their merit and worth in a country that, though it had granted them their freedom, is still deeply divided amongst itself and in many instances openly hostile towards them. They also see it as a chance at adventure, to see lands they have never seen before, and to combat a legendary enemy that most had only heard of. However, this is not the case for their cohorts and what are known as the Seminole Negro Scouts. Though they are indeed of shared racial background with their fellow Buffalo Soldiers, they are in fact part of a rich
and storied heritage of escaped slaves who had assimilated into various tribes in the American Southeast. Most prominent among these were the mighty Seminole, themselves a tribe who owned and traded slaves, though they also often fought Southern slavers seeking to recapture their escaped slaves. They also combated the U.S. government's attempts to take over their own homelands and warred incessantly with their hated enemies, the Creek. In the wake of what would become known as the Trail of Tears, the Seminole, along with many other eastern tribes, were forcibly relocated to what is today the state of Oklahoma. This resulted not only in inhumane treatment from the United States government, but in a whole new danger in attacks from tribes native to the area, most notably the Kiowa and the Comanche. After years enduring the misery of their newly imposed locale, a sizable number of mixed-race Seminole, weary of racial tensions and poor treatment from virtually all sides in their new homes, migrated to northern Mexico at the invitation of the Mexican government. Though Mexico had abolished slavery in 1837 and could guarantee, at least in some measure, a reprieve from the antebellum tensions of America in the 1850s, their motives were also arguably less than wholly pristine. Much as they had with the Texans nearly 2 decades earlier, the Mexican government intended to use the settlers on the border as fodder of sorts for the Comanche, Kiowa, and Apache raids that had long terrorized the Mexican settlements to the north. Regardless, though they were no doubt aware of these auspices at least to some degree, large numbers of Seminole and what were known as Seminole Negroes moved south into the mountainous, rough-hewn borderlands that comprised northern Mexico. Here, for nearly 2 decades, they survived and even thrived in an entirely new and notoriously unforgiving environment while under relatively constant attack from Kiowa, Comanche, and Apache raiders. Pompey Factor had been born in 1849, the son of an escaped slave and a mother who had belonged to the Biloxi tribe. His family, too, had grown tired of the constant turmoil of the antebellum South and elected to move to northern Mexico. Though most were staunch Baptists, many, Pompey Factor included, were Jesuit-educated and well-read. Following the conclusion of the Civil War in 1865 and the abolition of slavery, many mixed-race Seminole ventured back north of the Rio Grande, and many had enlisted as scouts for the U.S. Army in order to assist in tracking down their old foes in the Comanche and the Apache. Though they are required to furnish their own horses, an expense for which they are reimbursed, and they are subject to the orders of Army officers, the scouts of which Pompey Factor, John Barnes, and Isaac Payne are members, are far more adherent to Seminole practices and traditions than they are even to the practices of their enslaved predecessors and American cultural peers. Though most wear the blue-jacketed uniform of their Buffalo Soldier cohorts, the mixed-race Seminole Scouts also sport the accoutrement of their native forefathers in the forms of leggings, moccasins, necklaces, and in some cases, even headdresses. They are held in awe even by the toughened and already legendary Buffalo Soldiers as unmatched trackers and fighters, capable of traveling unheard-of distances on half rations and doing so repeatedly, day after day, until ultimately tracking down their enemy and emerging victorious. During the previous year's Red River War, they had been used to great effect by General Ranald Slidell Mackenzie as he had pursued Quanah Parker and those amongst the Comanche in North Texas who refused to acquiesce to being confined to reservations in Oklahoma. They had all served with distinction, including Lieutenant Bullis, who had furthered his record of accord with several instances of personal bravery and selflessness that had solidified his deep affection for and bond with his men. His relationship with his men is described as more familial than militaristic. It was said that every time a scout had a new child, the lieutenant would visit their camp acting in the place of a presiding chief and examine the baby, exclaiming that the child would indeed go on to grow strong and brave. This familial bond is a requirement for men who work in such small teams, in such remote places, under such dangerous conditions. The typical job of the scouts sees them in conditions such as the ones they have found themselves in today on the Pecos River, on a far more frequent basis than any of their comrades in the conventional forces. Lieutenant Bullis, Sergeant Barnes, Private Pompey Factor, and Private Isaac Payne had all been in hot pursuit of this raiding party, with the intention of catching them during the time-consuming job of getting their stolen mounts across the southward flowing Pecos to the western bank and disappearing into the vast expanses of the surrounding landscape. The soldiers had all dismounted and snuck to within roughly 75 yards of where the Comanche were pushing their horses across the river. All experienced fighters and keen to take the offensive, they had begun firing upon the Comanche, keeping up a relatively steady onslaught for nearly 45 minutes. During this initial combat, the scouts managed to kill 3 Comanche and wound at least 1. At first, due to the rate of fire and sheer ferocity of the attack, the Comanche believed there to be a much larger force attacking them. The scouts are armed with .45 caliber Sharps carbines, as are the vast majority of troopers assigned to serve with the Buffalo Soldiers. These rifles represent a new wave of battlefield technology that has drastically changed the dynamics of combat in the West in the little over a decade since its implementation. Combatants of 10 or 20 years prior were limited to single-shot muskets and rifles whose cumbersome loading processes and maintenance requirements rendered them a liability against foes in mounted warriors capable of firing several arrows inside a minute's time. Though the advent of the Colt revolver had indeed been a massive jump forward for the American forces in combating the Plains tribes, it is only in relatively recent times when the average soldier and scout could count on being equipped with both long gun and sidearms that were capable of comparatively rapid rates of fire. However, as is the course throughout so much of history, this technology does not exist in a vacuum. For nearly as long as their adversaries, the warriors of the tribes on the open plains have been acquiring revolvers and repeating rifles of their own. In this case, here on the Pecos River, this party of Comanche are armed with several Winchester lever-action rifles. Once they are able to discern that the force attacking them is not a sizable contingent of infantrymen, but a small force of 4 scouts, they begin to lay down a withering field of fire with their own weapons. In one of these exchanges, roughly 30 minutes into the fight, Sergeant Barnes' rifle stock is shattered by a Comanche bullet. In short order, the Comanche mount an offensive charge. This charge is the one now bearing down upon Pompey Factor and the other scouts. The nearly instantaneous decision is made to retreat to their horses, mount up, and ride for their lives now that the tide of battle has turned so decidedly. This is commonplace in combat on the Texas frontier, as either side saw little merit in last stands that few, if any of their countrymen would ever even hear about. Now, Factor, Barnes, Payne, and Bullis all reach their mounts staked over a hill only a few yards away, but out of sight. Factor, Barnes, and Payne quickly mount up and, in a matter of mere seconds, are riding north towards the relative safety of their larger conventional forces brethren. Lieutenant Bullis's horse, however, refuses to allow Bullis into the saddle. Somewhere in the chaos of the fight thus far, Bullis has also incurred a gunshot wound to his right lower leg. Though it is a flesh wound, it renders him significantly less mobile than his men. The horse, driven into a frenzy by the chaos of the battle, now spins in tight circles and nips at the cavalry officer, who can only make repeated and increasingly desperate attempts to ensconce himself in the saddle and retreat. With every revolution of the wild-eyed horse, and every passing second, Factor, Barnes, and Payne get further away from their beloved officer and Lieutenant Bullis, and the attacking Comanche draw nearer. Within moments, the men agree that they cannot and will not leave Lieutenant Bullis to die at the hands of the Comanche. All 3 men wheel their horses around and charge headlong towards an attacking force that outnumbers them roughly 8-1. The men reach Lieutenant Bullis only moments before they are surrounded by dozens of charging Comanche warriors, whipping around them as though they are a swarm of wasps. This chaotic scene only serves to further frighten Lieutenant Bullis' whirling and wide-eyed horse, who again and again rebuffs the officer's efforts to get one of his boots into the stirrups and hoists himself into the saddle. As Lieutenant Bullis continues his efforts in vain, Factor, Barnes, and Isaac empty their rifles into the oncoming warriors. Almost immediately after his first shot, Barnes's rifle is shot again, the stock completely shattered and the firing mechanism rendered warped and useless. The fight quickly devolves into a hand-to-hand struggle, with Factor, Barnes, and Payne clubbing and stabbing any warrior who rode within striking range as they do their best to dodge incoming arrows and form a loose 3-man perimeter around the still struggling lieutenant. Now, the men are again pinned down, as Barnes makes his way to the lieutenant's position while Factor and Payne fight off the remaining attackers before the Comanche retreat to regroup and charge them again. For the better part of 2 hours, the 4 men fight off charge after charge from the incensed and incessant Comanche warriors, who only become more and more intent on killing their adversaries as more of their comrades fall. Finally, sensing an abatement in the action that might be long enough to grant them an escape, the men make a mad dash north, with Lieutenant Bullis sharing a horse with Sergeant Barnes, leaving the errant crazed horse behind, and heading towards Fort Clark, nearly 60 miles away. For the better part of a night and a day, the men make their way to the fort, alternating between carrying Lieutenant Bullis behind them as they continue to scan the countryside around them in search of more Comanche assailants. Finally, all 4 men miraculously arrive at Fort Clark. Lieutenant Bullis credits them repeatedly and publicly with, quote, saving my hair. Almost immediately upon their arrival at Fort Clark, Lieutenant Bullis files the necessary paperwork recommending all 3 enlisted scouts for the Medal of Honor, the United States military's highest award for bravery. On May 28, 1875, Private Pompey Factor, Private Isaac Payne, and Sergeant John Barnes are each awarded the Medal of Honor, making them 3 of 18 total men who served with the Buffalo Soldiers who would earn such a distinction. While there is no record as to the personal thoughts of the men upon being awarded their medals, the events of Pompey Factor's life that followed would go on to speak volumes in posterity. Scarcely 2 years after being awarded his country's highest award for bravery, Pompey Factor and several other former soldiers would decide that their service had still, unfortunately, not garnered them the livelihoods and respect that they had hoped for. In 1877, fellow Buffalo Soldier and Medal of Honor winner Adam Payne would be shot down by Sheriff Clarence Windu at a local party in Bracketville, Texas. Without warning, the sheriff had simply walked up behind Payne and shot him with a single blast from a shotgun that came from such a close range that Payne's clothes caught fire. After his close friend was laid in the Texas ground, Factor and a number of other disillusioned veterans made the move back to Mexico for the next few years. Factor would eventually, however, venture north again, and again volunteer his services in assisting the U.S. Army in 1880. Unfortunately, his military career would also be marred with institutional mistreatment, as when Factor applied for his pension as an elderly man in the 1920s, he was informed that the Army was unable to find his service record. Eventually, his Medal of Honor itself was accepted as sufficient record, and a small stipend was granted. However, Pompey Factor would spend the remainder of his life working as a farm laborer, living in a small shack in Bracketville, Texas, and eventually passing away on March 28, 1928, at the age of 79. Though the record of his gallantry and commendations certainly placed Pompey Factor in rarefied air amongst military servicemen, his experience outside the Army and treatment at the hands of his own countrymen and government is, regrettably, hardly unique. However, while the stark and unfortunate realities which shaped their experiences are all too important not to forget, it is also just as important to recall the heroism and selflessness of men such as John Barnes, Isaac Payne, and Pompey Factor, who gave their all in fighting for their family, friends, and countrymen. So too, is it imperative to recall the unconquerable nature of the native warriors, still fighting for their way of life despite the increasingly obvious inevitability of their fate. However, the countless tales from all sides of great service, sacrifice, violence, and vengeance are, for tonight, other stories for other times. North Texas, June 27, 1874. In the middle of the night, in the tiny settlement known as Adobe Walls, James Hanrahan steps outside the sod-roof saloon that he owns and operates. Hanrahan is alone, cloaked in the darkness of night, clutching a revolver. He is nervous and exhausted from the lack of sleep. More than anything, he wishes he could go inside, pour himself a stiff drink, and drift off to sleep until dawn brought on the repressive heat of yet another blazing Texas summer day. But he knows he cannot. Hanrahan knows what he must do. He aims the pistol into the air and squeezes the trigger. The tiny settlement, comprising only 4 buildings, is soon suddenly awash in activity as the remaining 27 men present, who are mostly recent arrivals, tired after their long journeys, are snapped out of their long-awaited slumbers to the report of the pistol. The shot sails harmlessly skyward as Hanrahan hurries back into his saloon and tucks the weapon away. As the small crowd of inhabitants who are making Adobe Walls their temporary home gather outside, questioning what the source of the loud noise was, Hanrahan stumbles back out of his sod-roofed establishment, breathlessly informing them that the noise has come from the cracking of a ridgepole that holds up the heavy sod roof of his building. This, if it were true, is a serious problem, as the ridgepole provides critical structural integrity to the primitive building by essentially holding up its heavy sod roof. This is a relatively common occurrence in the Old West
and the men know that a cracked ridgepole will have to be taken out and replaced immediately. As compensation for their efforts, the bartender offers up free drinks for all those pitching in to help. As the hours drag by and the men labor and drink, Hanrahan continually casts nervous glances outside the door. He knows the ridgepole is not, in fact, cracked. He knows that in the dimly lit building, in the middle of the night, it will be hard for even experienced repairmen to spot a small crack in the sizable ridgepole. Hanrahan's intentions are not to oversee any actual repairs, but simply to keep the men encamped here at Adobe Walls awake. He has received reports in the preceding days from informants that he keeps in the territory of a large war party gathering nearby, and, not wanting to drive away any of his business, has chosen not to share the reports with anyone else present. Out here on the open Texas plains, Hanrahan justifies to himself, reliable patronage is such a rarity that withholding news of an attack in order to ensure a steady flow of income is simply the cost of doing business. Aiding in Hanrahan's self-justification is the fact that his clientele are not exemplary of the typical American citizen at the time. Even amongst the rebellious and rowdy population of Texas, the regulars who indulge themselves in gambling and hard liquor at his establishment are rare in their capacity to endure danger and violence. His clientele, and the bulk of the not quite 30-strong population of Adobe Walls, is composed of buffalo hunters and skinners, otherwise known as hidemen. They are an unusually hardened and hardy lot, born from the boom in demand for buffalo hide. This boom has come after enterprising tanners on the East Coast developed a way to soften the hide so that manufacturers found it suitable, and in many ways ideal, for making everything from boots to coats to the leather straps used in the machinery now becoming ubiquitous in major urban centers with the advent of the Industrial Revolution. The buffalo hunters, who had once been employed by local army forts to harvest the mighty beasts for their meat to feed their troops, have, over the last several years, blossomed their grisly trade into its own industrialized operation. Their quarry, the imposing American bison, colloquially known as buffalo, present not only an enticing target, but an easy one for hunters familiar with their habits. The hulking animals cluster in large herds and do not flee until the lead animal among them is shot down. The hunters, many among whom are armed with the Sharps Model 1874 sporting octagon rifle with a 30-inch barrel chambered in .45 caliber, are able to set up hundreds of yards away from the herds, concealing their locations as they spent days at a time shooting down buffalo, one at a time. Over the course of the decade spanning from 1870 to 1880, the buffalo population of North America was utterly decimated. In 1870, there was thought to be more than 12 million buffalo roaming the plains. By 1880, there will be fewer than 400,000. After the animals are killed, the teams of men set about the tedious, tiresome, and outright filthy task of skinning the massive animals, storing the hides, as well as harvesting and salting the animals' tongues, which are prized delicacies in the cities of the eastern seaboard and in Europe. The carcasses are then left to rot, by the thousands, on the open expanses of the sun-soaked plains. This practice has increased in pace and scope beginning in the territory of Kansas, newly claimed after the Civil War, and rapidly expanding southward and westward into the territory belonging to tribes like the Comanche, the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho. By this point in the 1870s, these once powerful tribes that had forfeited large swaths of their territory to the United States government are finding themselves in increasingly dire straits. As their territorial domain recedes, and the once expansive herds of buffalo are reduced exponentially year after year, the tribes of the central and southern plains are becoming increasingly angry and increasingly desperate. Their ire is drawn, in particular, by the teams of buffalo hunters who roam their lands and cut down the animals that they depend on, almost entirely, for their survival. In this area of North Texas, the Comanche have been hit particularly hard. Though they are still the most powerful tribe on the southern plains, their numbers have been decimated by outbreaks of dysentery, smallpox, and cholera over the preceding decades. Though once a mighty Spartan-like culture nearly devoid of formalized religious practices, they have recently begun to adopt an odd, rather ad hoc adaptation of the sun dance ritual performed by tribes with more developed religious practices like the Kiowa and the Cheyenne. they have spent much of the past few years being perpetually pursued by the U.S. Army, intermittently wreaking havoc on Texan and Mexican settlements as they struggle to recover from the ravages of the white man's diseases. Though they are still feared throughout the entirety of Texas, the Comanche people know that they are, as a whole, ailing. Thus, many among them have sought solace in medicine men claiming to have spiritual solutions to the Comanche's temporal problems. Foremost among these is a 23-year-old heavy-set and broad-faced man named Isatai. Though he is not a warrior, nor does he have any experience at all in tactics, strategy, or logistics, he has managed to convince the struggling and weary Comanche people that he is in possession of great power. Throughout the spring of 1874, he has been fostering his own legend. Comanche camps from all over the southern plains began to buzz with tales of this powerful young medicine man who, it was said, could stop bullets by casting spells, could actually fly into the sun to spend time with the spirits of the other world, and could belch up literal wagon loads full of bullets to supply the Comanche in their fight against the whites. Now was the time, Isatai had insisted as he traveled from camp to camp, for the Comanche to rise up, to join with their allies in the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, and to finally, once and for all, drive the American invaders from their lands. Though many amongst the Comanche would likely have dismissed the young Isatai out of hand were he traveling alone, it is his close friend, the legendary warrior Quanah Parker, whose endorsement lends great credence to his claims. Quanah, the half-white son of captured Texan Cynthia Ann Parker and Comanche chief Peta Nocona, has risen to prominence as a respected warrior and leader after being effectively orphaned when his father had been killed and his mother recaptured by the Texans during a raid a decade prior. Now, his opinion holds great sway amongst his people. In May of 1874, when the Comanche bands all gathered on the Red River for their attempt at a sun dance, Quanah and Isatai beseeched their ailing people to listen to their cries for uprising and follow them into the fight. Isatai had promised to make the warriors invincible and to render the Texans they planned to attack completely helpless with his powerful magic. They had managed to recruit warriors from their allies in the Kiowa, the Cheyenne, and the Arapaho, and now, after much speech-giving and testimony, they convinced many of their fellow Comanche to come on the warpath. Estimates place the size of their total force at between 250 to 1,000 warriors, with most erring towards the lower end of those numbers. Now, with their band of warriors in tow, Isatai and Quanah had the force they had dreamed of. They consulted with chiefs from all of the tribes, and it was a near universal conclusion amongst them that the biggest single problem facing the tribes on the southern plains at the moment was that of the buffalo hunters. Their incessant slaughter of the lifeblood of the tribes must be stopped at any cost. And so, the war party, after much secretive preparation and coalescence on the Texas plains, now makes their way towards Adobe Walls, headquarters of the buffalo trade in the North Texas country. Meanwhile, as the intertribal force of warriors make their final preparations for battle and then ride out towards Adobe Walls from across the plains, the buffalo hunters inside Hanrahan's sod-roofed saloon are just finishing their laborious task of replacing the supposedly cracked ridgepole of the ramshackle building. They have been thoroughly plied with free whiskey for their efforts, and many among them are ready to return to their bedrolls for some much-needed sleep. But Hanrahan, ever watchful of the eastern horizon as he awaits the sunrise, insists that they continue to stay and drink, free of charge, as a means of thanking them for their assistance. He intends to keep them all awake until the impending attack finally comes, and hopes that their senses will not be too dulled by alcohol to fight off the attackers. Finally, around 4 a.m., the party of Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, led by Isatai and Quanah, arrive on the ridgeline overlooking Adobe Walls. Isatai is completely naked and painted head to toe in yellow, the color of invincibility. Many of the warriors, as well as their horses, are also covered in yellow paint. 10 years earlier, in 1864, the legendary mountain man Kit Carson had led a U.S. Army contingent in search of Comanche raiders in a battle that had occurred in the Adobe ruins that gave the place its name, which lay about a mile away from where the buffalo hunters now made their homes. Carson and his men had seen a sight eerily similar to this, and it was only through Carson's inexorable leadership and coolness under fire that he and his men were able to survive. But the buffalo hunters here on this day in 1874 not only lack discipline and leadership, they are largely half-drunk on rot-gut whiskey and have been kept up all night performing hard physical labor. They are, in short, in less than ideal condition to fight a pitched battle against a highly experienced and incredibly motivated attacking force. However, these hunters do have one thing that their countrymen serving in the U.S. Army a decade earlier did not: the Sharps buffalo rifle. The imposing firepower possessed by this weapon, combined with the experience and combative nature of the buffalo hunters, will now prove to be their only hope of survival in the fight to come. As the morning sun begins to crest the eastern horizon, the imposing force of native warriors, with the exception of Isatai and a few select elders, charges down the hill, sweeping down upon the small settlement with startling skill, speed, and ferocity. William Dixon, a 23-year-old buffalo hunter who had come to Adobe Walls from Leavenworth, Kansas, by way of West Virginia, gives the following account of the initial morning charge. "There was never a more splendidly barbaric sight, and after years I was glad I had seen it. Hundreds of warriors, the flower of the fighting men of the southwestern plains tribes, mounted upon their finest horses, armed with guns and lances, and carrying heavy shields of thick buffalo hide, were coming like the wind. All over was splashed the rich colors of red, vermilion, and ochre on the bodies of the men, on the bodies of the running horses. Scalps dangled from bridles, gorgeous war bonnets fluttered their plumes, bright feathers dangled from the tails and manes of the horses, and the bronze, half-naked bodies of the riders glittered with ornaments of silver and brass. Behind this headlong charging host stretched the plains, on whose horizon the rising sun was lifting its morning fires. The warriors seemed to emerge from this glowing background." The cry goes up amongst the buffalo hunters that an attack is fast approaching, and all those who are awake race to grab their weapons and barricade themselves inside one of the 3 adobe buildings in the settlement. The walls are 2 feet thick, providing ample cover even from native rifle fire. However, outnumbered by at least 20 to 1, the buffalo hunters are well aware of their current predicament. They are also well aware of the vitriol the plains tribes carry for them, and know that the only thing worse than being killed on this day would be to be captured alive by the Comanche and their allies. The tales of unthinkable tortures wrought upon prisoners of war had circulated on the frontier for decades, and now served to steel the resolve of these intruding hidesmen as they steady the sights of their buffalo rifles on the approaching warrior horde. But the attack happens in a flash, leaving 2 buffalo hunters, the Shadler brothers, who had been asleep in one of the covered wagons stranded away from the cover of the adobe structures. They are quickly cut down, their pitiable cries drowned out in the din of gunfire and war cries. Their beloved dog, a large, sweet-natured Newfoundland, is also shot down in his efforts to defend his masters. All 3 are scalped. The attack roars on, and in a matter of moments is within range of the adobe buildings. One man, Billy Tyler, is shot through the lungs as he attempts to rush into one of the buildings in a futile dash for safety. The fight rages on, with the attacking tribesmen whirling in a cyclone of violence around the defenders ensconced in the buildings as they desperately fire out of the portholes cut into the walls. Anna Parker, in the lead of the furious attack, attempts to batter down the door of Hanrahan's saloon by backing up his horse to the door and attempting to use its powerful legs to kick the door down. After a number of earnest attempts, though, the young warrior and seemingly fearless leader is forced to abandon his ploy in the midst of gunfire pouring out from the buffalo hunters inside. The warriors now attempt to set fire to the buildings, but the adobe walls and sod roofs make poor fuel for the flames, and the attackers are unable to accomplish much in the way of consequential damage. Finally, after suffering heavy initial losses at the hands of the buffalo hunters and their powerful rifles, a fate they had been assured was impossible by the medicine man Isatai, the attacking native forces pulled back to regroup on the ridge to the north. For the rest of the day, intermittent attacks rain down upon the besieged defenders. Time and again, they are repelled by the defenders, much to the confusion and consternation of the attackers. The attacks drag on into a second day. In between defending against charges, the defenders do their best to bury not only their dead, but veritable heaps of their own horses and oxen that the natives have killed in frustration when unable to breach the defenses of their human targets. More hope for the buffalo hunters comes in the way of reinforcements, when 2 more hunters come into the camp from the surrounding area. One man is sent out to ride to Dodge City for reinforcements, leaving the total number of defenders at 30. Still, despite their advantages in mobility, numbers, and position, the native forces are unable to overrun their hated adversaries ensconced behind their thick adobe walls. On the 3rd day of what had become a siege, a number of warriors, along with Isatai, congregate on a hill that later estimates gauge to be 1,000 to 1,500 yards away from Hanrahan's saloon. The warriors and the medicine man sit atop their horses, presumably well outside the range of even the powerful buffalo guns, and quarrel over what to do next, and who is to blame for their difficulties so far. Isatai does his best to defend himself against his comrades' accusations of fraud and cowardice, and claims that the Cheyenne contingent of their multi-tribal force had killed and eaten a skunk on the eve of the attack, effectively nullifying Isatai's medicine. As the group of tribesmen squabbles amongst themselves, Billy Dixon, the 23-year-old hunter who, despite his youth, has already built a considerable reputation for himself as a crack shot, eyes them from nearly a mile away while standing in the doorway of Hanrahan's saloon. After a few moments of sizing up the distance and conditions, Dixon takes up his rifle and braces himself against the door jamb. "I was admittedly a good marksman," Dixon would later recall, "yet this was what one might call a scratch shot," meaning that, essentially, he simply aims as best as he can and hopes for the most efficacious result possible. Seconds after Dixon squeezes the trigger of his Sharps rifle, one of the native tribesmen in the group berating Isatai simply slumps over and falls to the ground, lifeless. Dixon's shot has, miraculously, fallen one of the warriors from a distance thought by nearly all present, including Dixon himself, to be essentially impossible. The group on the hill scatters instantaneously, having incurred yet another fatality, and now with their nerves irreparably shaken. Still though, throughout the day, more attacks are made, with Quanah Parker marveling many of the buffalo hunters with his strength and martial prowess, as he fearlessly charges again and manages to lift a wounded comrade off the ground with one hand while sitting atop his horse. Finally, Quanah's horse is shot out from under him at a distance of nearly 500 yards. He takes cover behind a hulking, rotting buffalo carcass, only to receive a bullet wound of his own between his neck and right shoulder blade. Ultimately, he is able to escape to safety, and while his wound will prove to be largely superficial, the damage that has been incurred by his forces is rapidly becoming unmanageable. The once prophetic Isatai now has no answers, and as dissension grows amongst the ranks of the Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, more buffalo hunters from the surrounding area pour in to assist in the defense of adobe walls. Several of the more experienced, older chiefs berate Isatai for causing such losses, beating him about the head and torso with their riding quirts. Though he can provide no solutions and still refuses to ride forth and fight the hunters himself, Isatai maintains his innocence. Soon, though, the native forces are rife with division and discouragement, and on the 4th day, they disappear into the expansive plain. After fighting for their lives for the better part of a week, the defenders holed up inside the buildings of adobe walls are elated. By August of that year, more than a month after the battle, a troop of cavalrymen arrived to adobe walls to find a dozen buffalo hunters still resolutely surviving in the remote outpost. Outside the saloon, each impaled on a post, are the skulls of several of the vanquished warriors. The Americans' fight for expansion and the tribe's fight for survival will not end here. Though Isatai will go on to be held in great contempt by his people, Quanah Parker will become a seminal figure in the tribe's history, and a pivotal force in leading the Comanche into their new way of life in the 20th century. Billy Dixon, the hunter who made the nearly impossible shot at adobe walls, would go on to be awarded the Medal of Honor, as a civilian, for his actions in a fight against the Comanche in Kiowa only months after this battle at adobe walls. Also present at the fight is a 20-year-old hunter and skinner named Bat Masterson, who will go on to become one of the Old West's most legendary figures, serving with the likes of Wyatt Earp and even going on to work as a newspaper correspondent in his later years. The Second Battle of Adobe Walls, as it will go on to be known, will shape the lives of virtually all those who fought there and managed to, somehow, survive. It will also be a pivotal moment in the history of the West, as it will, unofficially, mark the beginning of the end for the way of life of the tribes living on the plains. Never again will the buffalo range in such numbers, and never again will tribes like the Comanche, Kiowa, Cheyenne, and Arapaho roam with such freedom. The tribes present will all go on to carry out retributive raids on homesteads and farms from Mexico to Colorado, though never again would they hold martial superiority over their own homelands. But the accounts of those raids, as well as the tales of the remarkable lives of such figures as Quanah Parker, Billy Dixon, and Bat Masterson, are, for tonight, other stories for other times. September 16th, 1868, Eastern Colorado. As the late summer sun sinks into the horizon, a group of Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors sit in a loose circle around a cooking fire, enjoying an evening meal. Among them is a 45-year-old Cheyenne warrior named Roman Nose. He is a decades-long veteran of countless battles against settlers and soldiers from the United States, as well as raids against rival tribes. In the illustrious career he has compiled, Roman Nose has accrued many honors and a reputation amongst his people, his allies, and his enemies as a formidable tactician and a vicious fighter. Since the devastating Sand Creek Massacre of November 29, 1864, in which dozens or possibly hundreds of his fellow Cheyenne, men, women, and children, were mowed down without mercy at the command of Colonel John Chivington, Roman Nose had extracted his proverbial pound of flesh from the encroaching white settlers with a myopic fury. He had been born into a band of the Northern Cheyenne around the year 1823, son of a prominent warrior named Lone Bear and a beautiful and highly regarded mother named Black Buffalo Woman. Though as a child he had gone by the name Moseskanetsa Nunahe, or Bat, he had acquired the name Wokini, or Hook Nose, from his notable physical features, a name which the Americans would interpret as Roman Nose. He had fought at the Battle of Julesburg in Wyoming in 1865, and wrought terror and trepidation upon travelers all along the segment of the Oregon Trail that stretched to the northern plains. He had visited Fort Larned in April of the previous year, during which Isaac Coates, U.S. General Winston Scott Hancock's surgeon, observed Roman Nose in an argument with the general, noting that, of all the chiefs, he is one of the fittest specimens physically of his race. He is quite 6 feet in height, finely formed with a large body and muscular limbs. His appearance was decidedly military, and on this occasion particularly so, since he wore the uniform of a general in the army. A 7-shooting Spencer carbine hung at the side of his saddle, 4 large Navy revolvers stuck in his belt, and a bow, already strung with arrows, were grasped in his left hand. Thus armed and mounted on a fine horse, he was a good representative of the god of war, and his manner showed plainly that he did not care if we talked or fought. Though he holds no formal position of leadership within the Cheyenne, Roman Nose has built his stature within the tribe and their allies through countless battles, raids, and buffalo hunts. All throughout his travels and fighting, Roman Nose had fought fearlessly, partly due to his own personal resolve and disposition, and partly due to his belief that his war bonnet possessed a protective magic over him that afforded him protection from the white man's weapons. He had received the war bonnet as a gift from the Lakota warrior White Bull, who assured him no harm would come to him while he wore the headdress, so long as he did not violate its medicine by consuming any food prepared with the white man's metal utensils. Known amongst his people as a deeply spiritual man, Roman Nose abided by these directives fastidiously. In addition to following the prescription of White Bull, Roman Nose would partake in days-long fasts from food and water, often arriving late to battles due to his extensive prayer routine. Still though, despite his trademark tardiness, Roman Nose has, and especially the last few months, been the terror of the United States government, marauding about his high plains homelands, wreaking havoc and killing soldiers and settlers wherever he can. The preceding summer months have been busy, hot, and bloody. But now, for a brief moment, as he sits here with his fellow warriors enjoying a warm piece of fry bread freshly made by a Sioux woman serving as cook for the camp, all seems well, at least momentarily. Then, with all the disruption of a rifle's retort, the cry comes out from returning scouts that a contingent of white soldiers has been spotted nearby, and that an attack must be made as soon as possible. As he has so many times before, Roman Nose halts his meal and makes ready for the attack that will take place the next day. Just as he is making his way back to his lodge, one of his warrior cohorts rushes up to him, eyes wide in panic. The warrior informs Roman Nose that the Sioux woman who served them their dinner, not knowing of Roman Nose's prohibition against eating food prepared with metal utensils, had used a metal spoon to serve up their dinner. This action, though unintentional, now has resounding consequences. Roman Nose now believes his medicine, the great protection offered by his war bonnet, has been compromised. The Cheyenne medicine man's ceremony for ostensibly restoring the power to the headdress will take days, a luxury the mighty warrior does not now have. As the night drags on, Roman Nose contemplates his next move, the millstone of fate weighing heavy on his mind. Only 12 miles away, on the dry fork of the Republican River, on the south bank of what is known as Delaware Creek, 27-year-old First Lieutenant Frederick Henry Beecher works alongside his men preparing their camp for the night. They are a unique contingent of both U.S. Army soldiers and civilian frontiersmen, a combined force of 50 in number, assembled for the express purpose of pursuing and combating the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors who have been so unyielding in their attacks in the previous few weeks. Commanding them is Major General George Alexander Forsyth of the 9th Cavalry, who had begun his career in 1861 as a lieutenant in the 8th Illinois Cavalry. Forsyth saw action in the Shenandoah Valley Campaign of 1864, served as aide-de-camp for Major General Philip Sheridan, and had been awarded a brevet promotion to colonel on October 19th of 1864 for his actions during the Third Battle of Winchester and the Battle of Cedar Creek. Earlier in this year, he had been charged with assembling this motley band, whose ages range from their late teens to their early 60s. Beecher serves as second in command for this group, himself a veteran of the Civil War, acting as first lieutenant of the 16th Maine Volunteers from 1862 to 1864. He had fought at the Battle of Brooks Station, the Battle of Fredericksburg, the Battle of Chancellorsville, as well as the Battle of Gettysburg. He had been severely wounded twice, at both Fredericksburg on December 13, 1862, as well as Gettysburg on July 1st of 1863. At the Battle of Gettysburg, he had also received a citation for valor after refusing to surrender the regimental colors to the attacking Confederate forces. He was born in New Orleans in June of 1841 and graduated from Bowdoin College in Maine before volunteering for the Union Army. His family is one of prominent American stock, with his uncle Henry Ward Beecher being perhaps the most prominent Methodist preacher in America at the time. His aunt, Harriet Beecher Stowe, is perhaps the most famous writer in America, having authored the seminal fictional work in abolitionism at the time, Uncle Tom's Cabin, which had served as a major media flashpoint in the galvanization of the country on the issue of slavery. His family is known as some of the most prominent and influential abolitionists in the whole of the Northeast. But they are also Americans, with a strident fidelity to their newly resolved Union and possessing no small amount of fervor for the fulfillment of the notion of manifest destiny. The country, fresh out of conflict within itself, now seems, 3 years after the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln, unapologetically obsessed with their own reconstruction and expansion. Both reconstruction and expansion, though, have thus far come at great cost. In the South, unrest continues to run rampant, with the seeds of long-held resentments being sowed far and wide. In the West, the ongoing war between the United States government and the menagerie of tribes that range from Mexico to Canada has once again become red hot after 4 years of a comparative lull in heavy fighting. Though conflict on the bleeding edge of the frontier had indeed raged throughout the entirety of the American Civil War, it was only after 1865 that the federal government could marshal the might of their full resources in the fight against the Plains tribes. The mere existence of this 50-man force, though, now unfurling their bedrolls and picketing their horses down for the night, is evidence of the U.S. Army's assessment of the situation on the High Plains as a desperate one that calls for desperate measures if the attacks made by warriors who oftentimes have personal ties to those massacred by Shivington and Company at Sand Creek are to ever be abated. On the morning of September 10th, this detachment had left Fort Wallace, located in present-day Kansas, following the trail of what they initially believed to be a force of 25 native warriors
who had attacked a work detail roughly 13 miles from the fort. The trail, however, soon began to show signs of a far larger force of native Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors in the vicinity. This prospect, though, was an enticing one for many in the party, as the largest problem for many units fighting on the open plains was not as much in combating the native warriors in battle, but in actually finding them in the first place. The vast majority of the time, pursuing soldiers and citizens alike saw their attackers, or their quarry, depending on the situation, disappear with specter-like ease into the seemingly endless flat grasslands. Now, as men begin to doze off and others take their turns standing watch, the night drags on, under the splendor of the northern plains sky. Many amongst them have lost friends and loved ones to the attacks of the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, and now burn for revenge that they hope is finally all too close at hand. However, even the most fervent pursuer amongst them would likely be shocked, and perhaps slightly horrified, to know that a massive camp of Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, hundreds or perhaps thousands strong, lies only a dozen miles away from their force of 50 men. But when the sun breaches the eastern horizon on the morning of the 17th, the rude awakening for this small force is at hand, both literally and figuratively. Silhouetted by the rising sun, lining the ridge tops around them, are hundreds of Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors, resplendent in their war paint and letting loose war cries that jar awake those who have not yet been alerted by the men on watch. As First Lieutenant Beecher wipes the sleep from his eyes and takes stock of the situation at hand, his mind seems nearly unable to reconcile the bizarre sight before him. Not only are hundreds of warriors on the hilltops above them, but also are the wives and children of the warriors, looking on and exhorting their husbands and fathers to glory. Overseeing them from a distance is Roman Nose. Though not a formal chief, his leadership on the battlefield has been a pivotal element in the native warriors' successes in the preceding years. Now, as he watches on, Roman Nose fights a growing sense of self-consciousness as some among his people trade curious glances and hushed whispers as their best warrior only watches the battle about to take place. The word has gone out amongst the assembled Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho that no warrior should make any rash moves. Their prey is cornered, and, to the eyes of the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors present, they are helpless. But as young men are often wont to do, a group of 8 teenage warriors make a foolhardy attempt at stampeding the soldiers' horses. Some of the 50 Americans fire upon them with their Spencer repeating carbines, a new technology that allows rapid reloading as opposed to the muzzle-loading rifles and muskets of only a few years prior. Though none of the young warriors are killed in their attempt, the first shots of the fight have now been fired, and now a torrent of violence is unleashed, as rapid charges are made upon the small camp, with war cries filling the air, mixing with the sounds of commands in English and the cheering of the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho women and children in their respective languages. As the attacks persist, First Lieutenant Beecher coolly and calmly fires upon the charging warriors, while encouraging his men to take accurate shots and remain courageous despite their obvious numerical disadvantage. First in command, Major General Forsyth orders the men to retreat across the shallow waters of the river to a small, desolate island located midstream between the north and south banks. Forsyth and Beecher assist their 48 men in forming a barricade with the very horses they had led across the river, tying the animals off to bushes and taking cover behind them. Almost as soon as the men are able to take their positions behind their unfortunate means of cover, another series of attacks ensues, again swarming down upon them seemingly from all directions. One after another, the horses tied off to the bushes are felled by arrows and bullets from the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors. As the men continue to take fire, more and more among them recognize the riotous crack of the rifles carried by the native warriors. The chilling realization falls upon the men, now ensconced upon this barren strip of earth in the middle of a sparse high-plain stream, that they are being fired upon with Henry and Spencer repeating rifles. Some of these weapons have been procured by the warriors from both prior victories, such as the utter massacre wrought upon the cavalry and the Fetterman massacre of a year and a half prior. Some of the repeating rifles, though, a technology that had been a singular means of advantage for the U.S. cavalry over the Plains tribes, have been provided by the United States government's Bureau of Indian Affairs under the pretense that they would only be used for hunting. Despite the vehement assertions to the contrary from countless correspondence penned by Army officers in the field to their superiors in Washington, D.C., besieging them to stop this clearly conflicting practice, no such effort has been made by this summer of 1868. Now, as their horses are being killed by bullets funded by their own government, the men on the island's situation is rapidly becoming more and more dire. Forsyth and Beecher agree that the only course of action left is to kill the remaining horses and order the men to dig in more substantial breastworks behind the animals' bodies. As things are, the men are far too exposed, and their small force can now only hope to hunker down and hold their position. As the iron stink of blood and viscera permeate the air, the men dig in desperate, intermittent fits, stopping only to fire on assailing bands of attacking warriors who incessantly pester them with attacks. Some of the warriors take a more surreptitious route of attack, sneaking into the thick grass that lines the riverbanks and sniping at the men now effectively trapped on the island. As the fight drags on, the mighty Roman Nose continues to watch from a distance. Initially, he had thought that his participation in the fight today may indeed prove unnecessary. With the enemy trapped and assumed to be at the mercy of antiquated weaponry, he had hoped this might be a chance for some of the younger warriors to make their own marks in their initial forays into combat. But as the afternoon sun burns brighter and hotter, and more young warriors fall to the Americans' repeating rifles, Roman Nose becomes more and more burdened by his own internal dialogue heaping guilt upon himself. Then, an old Cheyenne woman, observing this revered warrior not participating in the fight, begins to mercilessly chastise him. She browbeats him with accusations of laziness and, worse, cowardice, charging that the lives of young warriors lost today will be due to his reticence to act. Finally, Roman Nose can take no more. "I will die," he says, in a low, resigned tone, "but I will go." Despite the gravity of the situation, Roman Nose fastidiously paints his face and torso, checks his weapons, says his prayers, and finally dons his legendary war bonnet. The war bonnet itself speaks to the bizarre and desperate nature of the fate of these two groups brought together here today in combat in one of the most austere environments on the continent. The following is a description of the bonnet itself, made years later by the warrior who had constructed it, White Bull, as told by George P. Grinnell. Instead of having two buffalo horns attached at the headband, one on each side, it had but one rising over the center of the forehead. It had a very long tail that touched the ground, even when Roman Nose was mounted. This tail was made of a strip of young buffalo hide and had eagle feathers all along its length. First 4 red feathers, then 4 black ones, then 4 red feathers again, and so on. 40 feathers in all. For 8 years, Roman Nose has participated in fight after fight, in full confidence that the medicine from his headpiece will protect him from harm. Now, believing its powers compromised and that it will serve merely as an ornament in his own demise, he pulls the war bonnet down upon his head and rides out with a small group of fellow warriors to make an attack on the island. Again, as they had countless times before, he and his fellow warriors steel their nerves in the last seconds before urging their war horses forward at full speed towards the small island. The attack comes on, with the Americans at the island holding their fire until the mighty warriors are only 50 yards away before unleashing a volley of fire from their repeating rifles, followed in rapid succession by another and another. In the melee, Roman Nose is grievously wounded by a bullet to his torso. After a short fight, the force retreats over the hilltops and back to the village. Here, the mighty Roman Nose is pulled from his horse, his condition rapidly declining due to organ damage and loss of blood. He is taken inside of one of the lodges where medicine is applied to his wound, but his condition continues to rapidly deteriorate. By sunrise, the legendary Cheyenne warrior, who had fought so long for so hard without incurring so much as a scratch, lies cold in death inside one of the buffalo hide lodges of the village. Wails and lamentations resound, as the loss of such a great warrior and treasured friend is one felt as palpably here on the Great Plains as it is anywhere in the long and brutal course of history. Meanwhile, back on the island, Major General Forsyth now lies prostrate, grievously wounded himself by a bullet lodged in his thigh, dangerously close to his femoral artery. He props himself up on one elbow, giving directions and doing his best to address his own wounds. Suddenly, another charge comes on. Again, the succeeding minutes are filled with the din of gunfire and war cries, until again, the warriors retreat, and all on the island fall silent. Suddenly, to Major General Forsyth and the men's eternal shock and horror, First Lieutenant Beecher wearily stands up, seemingly in some kind of battle-induced stupor. He then falls to one knee, and begins to drag himself towards Forsyth. Beecher cries out, "I have my death wound, General. I am shot in the side, and dying." Forsyth desperately scrambles towards his friend. "No, Beecher, no," he manages to cry out, as the young first lieutenant falls. "Yes, good night," Beecher manages to stoically mumble, before his eyes close, and the soldier, who had survived the horrors of so many battles, utters his final words, "My poor mother." Forsyth and the men now find themselves in a state of shock and nearing despair as they lie prone, several of them injured, and now, with a total of 4 of their forces, including Beecher, Sergeant J.H. Moores, George W. Culver, and William Wilson, also lying dead on the small island in this shallow stream. Their proximity to death, in both time and space, has severely unnerved every man present, whether military or civilian. As the sun sets and a long, worrisome night unfolds, Forsyth considers his options. In the middle of the night, the men huddle behind the swelling and stinking carcasses of their horses and devise a plan. They cannot stay here, it is obvious to all. However, with all of their mounts now serving as defensive breastworks, their only means of escape will be on foot, in the middle of the high plains, with hundreds of warriors swarming the area. This is tantamount to suicide. Still, it is their only hope. Forsyth beseeches the men that someone will have to make the trek to Fort Wallace to request assistance. A 19-year-old named Simpson Jack Stillwell and a veteran French-Canadian trapper named Pierre Avalanche Trudeau, a man thought to be in his 60s but said to look much older, volunteered to make the 70-mile journey southeast, knowing that being caught will mean a certain, horrific death. The men depart before sunrise, walking backwards across the stream in hopes of deterring the native warriors who will eventually surely pursue them. They vanish into the night, and soon the sun rises on another day of hard fighting. Throughout the next 2 days, the intermittent charges from the Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors continue, now made even more frequently on foot, with the warriors sneaking as close to the island as possible before springing their attack. The fighting is a hard business, and as the hours drag on, it is believed that the 2 men sent to garner reinforcements have likely been caught and killed in their efforts. After 2 more nights, Major General Forsyth is now faced with 2 pressing dilemmas. One, the men he has sent out are now likely dead, and the only solution is to send another 2 men in hopes of completing a similar distance trek to a stagecoach stop due south of their present location. Here, they can wait for the next stagecoach to Fort Wallace. Scouts John J. Donovan and Allison J. Plilly volunteer for the task, and soon slip across the stream and over the horizon themselves, into the dead of night and dreadful uncertainty. The next problem to be addressed is the bullet lodged in Major General Forsyth's thigh. The projectile is pressing precariously against his femoral artery, and the wound is rapidly becoming vulnerable to infection. However, with the head surgeon having already been killed, Forsyth is unable to convince any of his men to try their hand at the rudimentary frontier surgery required to remove the bullet from his leg. This being the case, Forsyth does so himself, miraculously managing to safely remove the bullet and bandage his injured leg with only a knife as his instrument. Though he is successful in removing the bullet, the fever and ensuing infection leave many in Forsyth's command, believing that he will soon join his friend Beecher in death. Meanwhile, by some other miracle, both rescue parties sent out, that of Stillwell and Trudeau, as well as that of Donovan and Plilly, made their way to Fort Wallace, arriving only hours apart. Reinforcements are marshaled, and on the 25th of September, a full 8 days after killing their horses and digging in behind their corpses, the surviving men left trapped on the island are greeted with the sight of eventual Medal of Honor recipient Lieutenant Colonel Lewis H. Carpenter and his 10th Cavalry Regiment of the famed Buffalo Soldiers, comprised of newly freed slaves who have volunteered to serve in the dangerous world of the U.S. Army's cavalry. Carpenter and the Buffalo Soldiers themselves are greeted with the sight of 50 dead and rotting horses, as well as 5 dead and rotting bodies of their fellow Americans, as well as the unyielding stench of a week's worth of death and decomposition in combination with a huge swarm of black flies. The Sioux, Cheyenne, and Arapaho, having seen the fight, at least on the whole, as merely another engagement, despite its tragic cost, have now grown tired of making charges on the doomed island and have, in the words of author Terry Mort in his work Cheyenne Summer, made their egress much in the fashion of an audience exiting a theater after a long performance. 5 full days later, on September 30th, the rescue force, as well as the men who had been trapped on the island, forever now known as Forsyth's Scouts, make their way back into the relative safety of the confines of Fort Wallace. Major General Forsyth will go on to survive his wounds, which included another gunshot wound to his torso and a grazing wound to his head, and he will go on to a long career in the U.S. Army. Ultimately, Walter Armstrong, one of the scouts wounded during the fight, will die of his wounds in hospital. He will be buried at Fort Wallace, while his fallen cohorts in Culver, Farley, Wilson, the surgeon Dr. Moores, and First Lieutenant Beecher would all be buried on the island where they fell. Though the course of the river has changed throughout the years, rendering the original site of his grave unknowable, the island itself is today known as Beecher's Island. The final resting place of Roman nose is, as well, lost to the march of history. After the battle, his body was placed atop a funeral pyre and left to be consumed by the animals and elements, as was the tradition of the Cheyenne. Upon learning about the fight at Beecher's Island, another famous frontier figure, General George Armstrong Custer, remarked that it was the greatest battle on the plains. The consequences of the battles of Beecher's Island would have reverberations that would be felt throughout the next bloody decade of conflict on the plains between the United States Army and tribes like the Sioux, Cheyenne, Arapaho, Kiowa, Blackfoot, and Comanche. But the stories of those battles, like the bloody tale of Custer's final fight at the Little Bighorn or the tragic massacre at Wounded Knee, are, for tonight, other stories for other times. London, England, 1887. William Jones sits backstage under a large tent, surrounded by Lakota warriors and American cowboys, with the pungent smell of gathered livestock permeating the air. Every few minutes, he glances at a cordoned-off section of seats, as does everyone else in the building. The seats are reserved for Queen Victoria. She, along with visiting dignitaries from throughout Europe, will be in the audience for this afternoon's performance of Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show. The show presents a recreated look at life in the Old West, with mock battles, dances, and demonstrations of marksmanship and horsemanship. However, as excited as this London audience is to see the legendary figures they have heard so much about from America, it is their countryman, William Jones, they are perhaps most excited to see. But William, a 48-year-old native of Castle Precincts, Bristol, is tired. His body aches from the rheumatism that plagues him. He has not slept well and dreads the task before him. This is all too understandable, as his job for the day will entail recounting, quite literally in front of Queen and country, the reasons why he had laid awake on so many nights for the better part of the last decade. Last night, his mind had, yet again, begun to race every time he finally began to drift off to sleep. Every few hours he had managed to finally fall into slumber, only to find himself back in the nightmare. The screams, the smoke, the gunfire, the pure, primal fear, it all came flooding back, jolting him awake and rendering him progressively more irritable and confused with every passing hour. Now, as Queen Victoria is shown to her seat, the torrent of emotions floods back into William's mind again. What is he doing here? How had he survived? And why had others not? How can he convey to these people, to the Queen for whom he had fought, the horrors that he and his comrades had been through that sweltering day in South Africa? The weight of his Victoria Cross feels odd to him, tugging down on the breast of his jacket. Though he is immensely proud of this great honor that he has earned, the price he has paid often leaves him wondering, What is it all worth? As the legendary frontiersman Buffalo Bill addresses the crowd, welcoming them to this most auspicious affair, Jones takes a deep breath and attempts to steady his nerves. But in a flash, his mind is there again. He is back at Rorke's Drift. It is January 1879. For years, the British have eyed the valuable territory of South Africa for both its natural resources and its geographic location. Diamonds had been discovered in 1867 near the Vaal River, sparking an even greater interest in the territory, especially amongst the local British officials. The ostensible plan, put forward by the notable and notorious Lord Carnarvon, is to institute a white ruling minority that will rule over a native black majority who will provide the workforce to operate British sugar plantations and diamond mining operations. Repeatedly, Lord Carnarvon and the local civilian authority, a man named Sir Henry Bartle Frere, have attempted to establish federations between themselves and the Dutch-descended Boer farmers who have inhabited the area since the 17th century, as well as the Swazi tribe who came to South Africa in the 15th century. However, the valuable territory, replete with natural resources and grandiose beauty, was already under the control of another powerful, militaristic empire, the Zulu. The Zulu had risen to prominence in the early 19th century, sweeping down from the west of Africa under the revolutionary leadership of Shaka Zulu, the legendary chieftain and warlord. Whereas intertribal conflicts on the African continent prior to Shaka's rise had consisted primarily of small raids and generally inconsequential skirmishes, Shaka had formed the Zulu into an enormous war machine that had taken over vast swaths of southern Africa. Under his leadership, the Zulu were molded into a warrior society whose structure and culture more closely resembled the Spartans of ancient Greece than it did any of their African contemporaries. By this time in 1879, the Zulu have seen the passing of their great king Shaka, and a subsequent decades-long power struggle for control of the tribe. Zulu society focuses almost exclusively on warfare, and a young man's advancement in their society is almost entirely dependent on his martial prowess. They operate under what is known as the Ukubutwa system, a term which means to be enrolled. This hierarchical system organizes young men and young women as well, though not as military combatants, according to their age sets. Men of similar age ranges live together in organized barracks, under the command of senior officers. They train in tactics, techniques, strategy, and fitness, all as a unit. The highly organized tactics of the Zulu require not only great numbers of soldiers to execute them, but repetitive and consistent drilling, focusing on even the most granular aspects of movement, communication, and combatives. Zulu weaponry consists of weapons that would, in many ways, seem familiar to a Roman legionnaire. Each Zulu warrior is equipped with a thick cowhide shield emblazoned with black and white designs. While accounts of Zulu shield-stopping bullets are, at best, highly exaggerated, they do provide a notable measure of defensive cover and an offensive option for bracing and pummeling an opponent. Behind their shield, a Zulu warrior carries at least one longer spear for throwing, as well as stabbing, known as an assegai. Oftentimes they carry knob-headed clubs, known as knob carries, made to crash down upon enemy skulls. They also carry another Shaka innovation, a shorter spear, made for close-range stabbing from behind their shields. It is known as an ikwa, named after the sound it makes when withdrawn from an enemy's body. But, however revolutionary Shaka may have been in implementing new weaponry and organization, it is his strategic and tactical prowess that had managed to expand his empire at an unprecedented rate. Zulu war formations might, too, have been well familiar to a Roman legionary fighting in the wilds of Gaul nearly 2 millennia prior. Where their opponents' tactics were largely valiant, haphazard attacks, the Zulu are organized in stratified and well-drilled ranks, each positioned on the battlefield according to their age and experience. Each regiment of Zulu warriors is under the command of an officer in charge, distinguished by specific designs on his shield. Experienced and decorated soldiers might carry white shields, in effect distinguishing them as non-commissioned officers. Under Shaka's guidance, the Zulu have become masters of adapting a centuries-old hunting technique known as the horns of the buffalo, in which the main force of warriors holds the middle ground of a battlefield, then feigns retreat allowing the enemy to advance as Zulu forces to the left and to the right quickly flank their positions and encircle them. Once caught in this trap, destruction is often all but certain. Using these tactics, the Zulu have wrought havoc on all who have opposed them throughout the majority of the 1800s. However, at times when this tactic is not practical, or even more desperate measures are called for, the Zulu are known to put forth unrelenting human waves of head-on charges designed to inflict maximum damage and buy time for retreating forces. By 1879, they are the dominant power throughout the entirety of southeastern Africa. And, in point of fact, as far as most in the British government are concerned, this is fine by them. By this time in the 19th century, Britain is finding itself increasingly overburdened by the enormity of its empire, and is loath to take on the responsibility of overtaking, colonizing, and then governing another remote locale on the planet that the vast majority of its citizens could not find on a map. The British are already ensnared in the Second Anglo-Afghan War, which will last until 1880. In the latter half of the 19th century alone, the British Army would fight in such faraway locales as Burma, Sudan, India, the Crimea, and Egypt, to name but a few. Suffice to say, the British government has little to no interest in expanding into yet another territory, as it would add more to their burden than it would to their wealth. However, this is not the opinion of Lord Carnarvon, nor Sir Bartle Frere, nor is it in keeping with the intentions of one Frederick Augustus Thesiger, 2nd Baron Chelmsford, otherwise known as Lord Chelmsford. Born in 1827 in London, England, the son of a wealthy lawyer and politician, Lord Chelmsford has served in the British Army since 1844, when he had purchased a commission in the Rifle Brigade after failing to obtain a position with the Grenadier Guards. He has served in the Crimean War of 1855, as well as the Indian Rebellion of 1857, steadily rising to the rank of Major General in 1877. Upon his arrival in South Africa, he initially leads campaigns against the Nusa tribe. These engagements amount to little more than skirmishes and result in the British routing their opponents in relatively short order. In Chelmsford's estimation, no native population armed with only spears and shields, no matter how numerous or well-trained, can compete against the mighty British Army. In Chelmsford's view, the time for cementing his own legacy and fortune, as well as the legacies and fortunes of his cohorts in Lord Carnarvon and Sir Henry Bartle Frere, is at hand. A month prior to this muggy, rain-soaked January, on December 11th of 1878, after spending months besieging the politicians in London with correspondence decrying the brutality of Zulu in the nearby territories, Sir Henry Bartle Frere had issued the Zulu king, King Cetshwayo, a list of ultimatums that the warrior monarch found both confusing and unreasonable. Until this time in the late 1870s, the British had largely gotten along peaceably with the Zulu. King Cetshwayo can see no need for such provocation, but upon reviewing the terms, which included the disbanding of the entire Zulu military, he has found them impossible to agree to. Bartle Frere had counted on this, and uses Cetshwayo's refusal to the terms as evidence to his superiors that a Zulu invasion of British territories is imminent, and the only way to stop it is to attack the Zulu first on their own land. Lord Chelmsford is appointed to command the operation, overseeing all British and Allied forces. These forces consist of 12 regular infantry companies, with 6 companies from the 1st and 2nd Battalions and 6 from the 24th Foot Regiment. Including wagon drivers, servants, and civilian personnel, Chelmsford's forces amount to roughly 7,800 people. In comparison to the tens of thousands strong Zulu forces, this is a paltry number of combatants to bring into the field. But Chelmsford feels assured that it will be more than enough. Chelmsford divides his men into 3 columns, and on January 11, 1879, they slogged their way across the Buffalo River at a place called Rorke's Drift, officially entering the heart of Zulu country. For his part, William Jones, serving with the 24th Foot Regiment, sees this excursion as yet another in a long line of relatively tedious assignments he has seen in his nearly 2 decades of service in the British Army. He has served in Mauritius, Burma, and India to name but a few of his appointments, but, aside from a smattering of good conduct medals, has accumulated no accolades nor time in combat. He had enlisted in Birmingham in 1858, married his wife Elizabeth on the 25th of May, 1875, and the couple had a son named William. Sadly, though, his wife had died the previous year, and Jones had sent his young son back to England to be cared for by his in-laws until his latest term of service with the Army was complete. Though he is certainly not under the impression that this is an entirely safe, carefree mission, Jones, along with most of the men in the 24th Foot Regiment, are expecting to see little in the way of resistance from the Zulu. Though strained under the aforementioned burdens of supporting a worldwide empire, the British Army is, for all intents and purposes, the dominant military power in the world at this point in time. They are not only largely experienced and universally well-trained, but equipped with some of the most advanced weaponry on the planet at the time in the way of their service rifles and artillery. Each British soldier, clad in their trademark red coats and white helmets, carries the 5.77/450 caliber Martini Henry rifle, with an effective firing range of 400 yards and a rate of fire of up to 12 rounds a minute. The breech-loading single-shot lever-action rifle possessed a mighty recoil and devastating firepower. Each soldier is also equipped with the pattern 1876 Martini Henry socket bayonet, which, when affixed to the end of the Martini Henry rifle, renders their firearms a comparable stabbing threat to that of the Zulu Ikwa. Before crossing the Buffalo River, Major General Chelmsford had split the force into 3 columns. The 2 main columns consist of British troops, with Column 1 being the less experienced troops and Column 3 being the more seasoned soldiers. The smaller column number 2 consists of native African troops and cavalry. Though he is a veteran soldier, William Jones finds himself assigned to the first column with troops who are mostly in their 20s. This column is left at Rorke's Drift, a local trading post and Lutheran mission, under the command of Lieutenant John Chard of the Royal Engineers and Lieutenant Gonville Brumhead of the 24th Foot Regiment, 2 much beloved but underwhelming officers. The rest of the British forces, under the command of Chelmsford, proceed roughly 10 miles inland and make camp at the base of a large, isolated hill known as Isandlwana. Here, 1,800 troops from the 2nd and 3rd columns make camp in the shadow of the imposing monolith. This will be their base in the coming days, as patrols are sent out in order to find and engage Zulu forces. Early on the morning of January 22nd, as the dawn breaks clear and the temperatures begin to climb rapidly, Chelmsford assembles a contingent of troops and heads out in search of the Zulu, and the personal glory that is sure to be had. Within a few hours of Chelmsford's departure, a scouting detachment from Isandlwana crests a nearby ridge, only to stumble upon the entirety of the mighty Zulu army. Upon receiving the news that the British have crossed the Buffalo River, this Zulu force, estimated to be roughly 20,000 strong, has run more than 70 miles over harsh African terrain and scorching temperatures just to get here, within striking distance of the British camp. However, as it is the beginning of a new lunar cycle, the Zulu commander, Nchingwe Koza, has decided to give his men a day of rest, as it is generally considered poor practice to attack on days of what the Zulu refer to as a dead moon. But once the Zulu realize they have been spotted, their forces are roused for an immediate attack. Over the succeeding few hours, 10 to 15,000 Zulu warriors swarm down upon the British at Isandlwana in a relentless series of head-on attacks. By club and spear, they kill every single infantry soldier present. In the middle of the attack, a solar eclipse takes place, casting an eerie pall over an already hellish scene. In vicious close-quarter combat, the Zulu and British stab, shoot, slash, and strike one another in a flurry of violence, rage, and terror, until finally, there are no British left alive. 1,800 veteran soldiers who had awoken that day to yet another yeoman's breakfast of tea and biscuits, expecting to carry out a day of banal drudgery, now lie strewn across the African plains, eviscerated by their Zulu vanquishers who believe that a slain man's soul will stay trapped in his body if not released through his stomach. The Zulu have also taken heavy losses, with between 1,000 to 3,000 of their warriors killed and 2,000 wounded. In a force of 20,000, these losses will prove hugely consequential moving forward. However, there are still many Zulu warriors present, estimates range from 3,000 to 5,000, who have not gotten to participate at all in the battle, as it happened so quickly and with such ferocity.
These men, still spoiling for a fight, now turn their attention towards the smaller British encampment at Rorke's Drift. As their comrades pillage the British and honor their dead, this contingent of Zulu embark on yet another exhausting run, this time heading for Rorke's Drift. A scant few cavalrymen have escaped across the Buffalo River and are headed to Rorke's Drift atop their exhausted mounts, having narrowly missed the horrific fates of their comrades. As the Zulu warriors and British survivors make a mad dash towards Rorke's Drift, all in the camp at Rorke's Drift are blissfully unaware that anything out of the ordinary, save for the solar eclipse earlier that day, has taken place. At 104 degrees Fahrenheit, the day is swelteringly hot, even for this time of year. At just after 3 in the afternoon, a group of British troops, as well as a Swedish missionary named Otto Witt, are atop the large hill that overlooks Rorke's Drift, known as Oscarberg Hill. They are attempting to get a look at the campsite at Isandlwana, but are unable to see anything of note from such a distance. Suddenly, they spot a small group of riders coming around the hill towards the campsite at Rorke's Drift. The riders race into camp and inform a shocked Lieutenant Brumhead of what has just occurred at Isandlwana. At a guard shack a little over a mile away, Lieutenant Chard has spotted 2 more riders who inform him of what has happened, and that the Zulus are on their way. Brumhead, Chard, and the other officers hurriedly convene inside the mission building, where a brief but vociferous debate is had on whether or not they should attempt to flee or stay and fight. At the zenith of the argument, Assistant Commissary James Langley Dalton, a 46-year-old former sergeant in the 85th Foot Regiment, advises that the British do all they can to fortify the mission building and hospital against attack, and that they then stay and fight. He reasons that attempting to combat the Zulu from behind even the most meager of defenses gives them a better chance of survival than being caught by the Zulu on the open plains or in attempting to cross the Buffalo River. His rationale is agreed to, and the troops are informed of the situation and immediately ordered to begin building barriers with whatever they can find. With little time to let the situation sink in, William Jones and the remainder of the 140 British troops present, along with 11 colonial troops, begin building walls connecting the buildings in order to create an ad hoc fort. 50-pound boxes of biscuits and 100-pound boxes of cornmeal, staple rations for the British Army, are stacked up upon each other, with the urgency and anxiety of the men building just as rapidly as their fortification. Soon, the mission building and hospital have been connected by one wall on the south side, with another wall building a longer perimeter along the north side, with another wall cutting the courtyard in the middle in 2. This would serve as a fallback position should the Zulu overwhelm the first wall. Otto Witt, the Swedish missionary, now takes his lead, making a dash back to tend to his family at another trading post 30 miles away. Just after 4 p.m., a Lieutenant Henderson and 100 cavalrymen arrive from Isandlwana. They are asked by Lieutenant Chard to ride out towards the oncoming Zulu and do all that they can to slow them down. Lieutenant Henderson and his men, thoroughly traumatized from the events only hours before at Isandlwana, do their best to oblige. They ride out, but are soon seen hurrying back towards the fort. They have spotted the Zulu warriors, thousands strong, swarming now towards the small haphazard fortifications of Rorke's Drift, and they have decided that they can take no more. With their nerves sufficiently frazzled, the cavalrymen make a mad dash past the men now ensconced behind the walls at Rorke's Drift, hoping to save their own lives. Though no recourse is taken on the cavalrymen, a group of native Natal South African soldiers also begins to flee. Caught up in the confusion, a young corporal named William Anderson, 2nd Battalion, 3rd Regiment of the native Natal contingent, begins to run. Suddenly, the retort of a Martini Henry rings out, and gunsmoke fills the thick, heavy air. At the same instant, the young corporal falls dead, only a few dozen yards away from the walls. In later examination, it is unclear whether Corporal Anderson was indeed abandoning his post or simply confused by the retreat of those around him. Either way, his death will be the first that the British forces at Rorke's Drift will suffer that day. It will certainly, however, not be the last. Minutes after Corporal Anderson breathes his last, a chilling sound can be heard. The haunting, rhythmic, bellicose chants of the Zulu draw nearer and nearer. The 3,000 to 5,000 glory-hungry, indignant, highly trained and experienced Zulu warriors from Isandlwana have arrived, and they have come with the sole intention
of wiping out every single British soldier and citizen there, securing themselves the glory they had earlier been denied. At first, the Zulu pepper the British compound with gunfire from Oscarburg Hill. The Zulu are thought to have either acquired muskets from traders or taken the British's own Martini Henrys from the vanquished soldiers at Isandlwana. Though exactly how the Zulu acquired the firearms and which firearms they are will become a matter of some contention, the results for the men now fighting for their lives at Rorke's Drift are the same, as several fall from gunshot wounds. As soon as the fire from the hilltop begins to wither around 4:30 p.m., the first Zulu attack sweeps around the south of the compound and makes a direct assault on the low wall in front of the hospital. Inside of the hospital are several men too sick to be moved, as well as the soldiers assigned to protect the building with gunfire through freshly cut gun holes in the mud brick walls. Among these soldiers is Private William Jones. He, as well as Corporal William Wilson Allen, Privates Cole, Dunbar, Hitch, Horrigan, John Williams, Joseph Williams, Alfred Hook, and Robert Jones have been assigned to defend the hospital and the men within it. The hospital building, however, presents a daunting prospect to defend, as 3 of its rooms are disconnected from the main room of the building. These rooms have only one door leading in and out of the room itself. Inside of these rooms, now struggling to steady his nerves along with the rest of his comrades, is William Jones. He and the rest of the men inside know that, should the Zulu break through the barricade and assault the hospital building directly, they will be trapped. But there is no time left to address this now, as the Zulu attack is on. The British received the first attack by firing upon the charging warriors first at about 600 yards, mostly to little effect. However, the successive volleys, as the Zulu advance nearer and nearer, chanting loudly and swinging their shields rhythmically, are more effective. Many Zulu fall, but the charge carries on until they are within 50 yards of the low barricade. Then the Zulu fall back, to reorganize for another attack. Within minutes, that attack comes, and then another. Again and again, the Zulu assault the low wall on the north side, with several attacks reaching the wall and resulting in brutal hand-to-hand combat, as the defenders desperately fought to hold their ground from behind their makeshift barriers. Finally, at around 6 p.m., Lieutenant Chard pulls his men off the north wall, as the losses being inflicted are too heavy to continue its defense. This saves the majority of his troops, but leaves the men in the isolated rooms trapped, as their only route of escape is now blocked by thousands of Zulu warriors bearing down upon them. The attacks continue on relentlessly, with the greatest ferocity focused on the trapped and vulnerable men in the isolated rooms. Soon, it is clear to the men inside the closet-sized room next to the veranda that the building will be overtaken by the Zulu. As Privates Horrigan and Joseph Williams pull their revolvers and cut down the Zulu breaching the doorway, John Williams digs at the wall separating their room from the next room. Eventually, he makes it through to the next room, and the men are able to escape the room nearest the veranda, dragging the patients through the hole with them. In the next room, and the next, the process is repeated for the better part of an hour. As John Williams frantically digs, the fight rages on, with the soldiers in each room firing through the doors and windows in the desperate attempts to keep the Zulu at bay. One of the patients is eventually seized by the Zulu, dragged out of the door, and stabbed to death in front of the hospital. Another has to be left as he is too delirious with fever to be moved through the holes being dug in the walls. Private Waters, a defender in the second room, panics as the rest of the British squeeze through into the third room just before the Zulu swarm in. Waters does, however, manage to jump into a wardrobe in the room, and, in their haste to continue their assault into the next room, the Zulu do not find him. William Jones has been desperately defending his assigned position in the room closest to the courtyard and is unaware that the other soldiers have been methodically tunneling their way towards him for nearly an hour. He is at first greatly panicked by the unexpected breaching of the wall, and then quickly relieved at the sight of friendly faces making their way, one by one, through the hole. But momentary relief brought on by the sight of his comrades is quickly replaced by the sickening smell of smoke. The Zulu have set fire to the building. The only means of escape now is for the defenders and patients, many of whom are gravely ill or wounded by this point, to make a 6-foot drop out of the window of the third room into the courtyard between the hospital and the mission building where the rest of the British force is ensconced. Seeing that this is the only possible course of action, 2 soldiers at the mission, Lance Corporal William Allen and Private Fred Hitch, make a mad dash across the open, exposed courtyard and assist in lowering the patients, and then the soldiers, through the window and onto the ground. William Jones is one of the last defenders in the hospital, resolutely firing upon the Zulu attackers until the barrel of his rifle is so hot he has to wrap it in his red tunic in order to continue shooting. As smoke fills the room and the Zulu begin to breach the door, Williams finally drops through the window and into the courtyard, where he, Lance Corporal Allen, and Private Hitch make their way across the deadly 50 yards separating the buildings, now fully illuminated by the light of the burning hospital. Of the 11 patients in the hospital, they have managed to save 9. All of the able-bodied defenders of the hospital, even Private Waters, who has hidden himself away in the wardrobe of the second room, are still alive. But their fight is not over. For the remainder of the night, attack after attack pours down upon the troops at the compound. The men fight on desperately, with each soldier firing at least 100 rounds, their shoulders and ears suffering from the rifle's mighty roar and recoil. However, their accuracy is now aided by the light of the flames coming from the hospital roof. The Zulu make desperate, courageous charge after charge, but more and more are cut down by British rifle fire as the night wears on. Finally, just as dawn breaks, the Zulu attacks begin to slow, then cease altogether. The Zulu commander present, Prince Dabulamanzi Kampande, has breached the orders of his brother, the Zulu King Katsweyo, who has approved the attack of the Sandalwana, but not this additional attack on Rorke's trip. As his losses continue to mount, the rogue Zulu commander begins to fear more and more that he will incur the wrath of his king. Finally, at around 8 a.m., the Zulu are seen again, this time roughly half a mile away, well outside of the range of the British. For a short while, the warriors rest in the morning sun and take snuff. These warriors, mostly veterans ranging in age from their 30s to their 50s, have eaten little to nothing over the course of the last 48 hours. They have run what amounts to several marathons back to back, only to carry out nearly 24 straight hours of the most ruthless, costly combat they have likely ever seen. They have lost many men here, with an estimated 350 killed and 500 wounded, and they too are tired. After a brief respite, the Zulu rise and then depart. A reserved sense of relief overtakes the British. They are unsure if more Zulu forces are nearby, or whether or not General Chelmsford and his men are even still alive, much less on the way to reinforce them. However, not long after the Zulu depart, a line of horsemen in red coats and white helmets is seen on the horizon. At first, the survivors at Rorke's Drift cannot believe their eyes. It is General Chelmsford's column. Finally, the British can breathe at least a measured sigh of relief. 17 of their 141 troops have been killed in the fight, along with 15 men wounded. An additional fatality is nearly incurred when Private Waters comes bounding towards the camp, his face smeared black with coal and covered in a large black jacket. He had found the jacket in the wardrobe of the abandoned room, thrown it over his head, and fled, through the attacking Zulu, into the darkness of the night. He had hidden in a ditch until sunlight, being repeatedly trampled upon by charging Zulu who did not notice him. When he was spotted by the weary, worn-out riflemen, he was nearly shot. Several of the defenders of the hospital of Rorke's Drift have incurred terrible injuries, with Henry Hook being hit by the glancing blow of a Zulu's spear and now bleeding profusely from a gash in his forehead, and John Williams' hands being rubbed raw from the incessant, frantic digging. To a man, all will suffer from the wounds they incurred in the fight for the remainder of their lives. They, along with the other wounded, have been tended to by Surgeon James Henry, who worked fearlessly and tirelessly through the night, treating the wounded and dying. Amidst the gunfire and screams, the surgeon and the soldiers hear the sharp barks and yips of the surgeon's loyal terrier, Jack. As his master worked, Jack did his best throughout the night to alert the defenders to any Zulu hiding behind the walls of biscuit tins and cornmeal bags. In the coming days, Chelmsford's troops will scour the surrounding countryside, killing any Zulu they can find.
General Chelmsford will spend the next few weeks and months attempting to save his reputation and to exact his revenge on any Zulu he can find. In the aftermath of Rorke's Drift, the battle will be held up in the British media as an example of at least some measure of British retribution in the face of their outright slaughter at Isandlwana. The Victoria Cross, the British Army's highest award for valor in combat, will be awarded to more British troops in this battle than any battle in British military history. In total, 11 Victoria Crosses are awarded. With great honor and ceremony, the medals are pinned to the chests of Lieutenant John Chard, Lieutenant Gonville Brumhead, Corporal William Wilson Allen, Private Frederick Hitch, Private Alfred Henry Hook, Private Robert Jones, Private John Williams, Sergeant Major James Henry Reynolds, Corporal Christian Ferdinand Scheiss, and Private William Jones. William will leave the Army in 1880, as will most of the survivors of Rorke's Drift. He moves back to Birmingham and attempts to restart his life with a series of menial labor jobs. Like many of the survivors, Jones struggles to readjust to the normalities of day-to-day life in Victorian England. He was unable to establish himself in a career and has thus, in 1887, signed on with Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show as they make their tour through Europe. Now, here in Earl's Court amidst the clamor and clatter backstage, he snaps out of the memory he has relived so many times and steels his resolve for another performance. He clears his head as best he can and does his best to forget the pain of his rheumatism, another after effect of his time spent in the rain-soaked, sun-scorched misery of Rorke's Drift. His job is to give his account of that terrible day, as well as a general retrospective on the Anglo-Zulu War. Each time he does, his nostrils fill with the smell of the bodies that had been left to burn in the hospital. But he carries on. William gives his account for the crowd, including the Queen, as he will do time and again for crowds throughout Europe in the coming months. But the funds from these performances will last but a short time, and he will continue to struggle financially. He will be forced to pawn his Victoria's Cross in 1910 and is admitted to a workhouse, an institution for those unable to care for themselves, in Manchester. Many nights he wakes in a panic and attempts to charge out of the building, believing that he is back in Rorke's Drift and that the Zulus are attacking. He will pass away on April 15, 1913, and be buried in a pauper's grave in Phillips Park Cemetery in Manchester. Though he would finally receive a proper gravestone in 2007 after a 4-year public campaign, his unfortunate ending is, tragically, not at all unique amongst the survivors of Rorke's Drift. The fight that saved their lives, in many cases, also permanently scarred them, physically and psychologically, as it likely did their Zulu enemies, who fought just as hard and suffered greatly. But the battle at Rorke's Drift would not only go on to shape the lives of its participants, but to shape the public view of the British involvement in Africa. The expansion of their territory there, as well as the conquering of the Zulu, would quickly come to be seen as an empirical necessity for the British. The Anglo-Zulu War, as it would come to be known, will go on to be regarded as one of the most seminal campaigns in British military history. By midsummer of 1879, the Zulu Empire would be soundly routed by the British after several costly battles. But the stories of those battles, as well as the countless stories of heroism and brutality on both sides, are other stories for other times.
December 25th, 1776, the Delaware River, 8 miles outside of Trenton, New Jersey. General George Washington, fraught with a terrible consternation not only about the treacherous night mission he was now undertaking, but with the whole of the revolutionary desires of the young nation whose future he had been entrusted with preserving. The commander-in-chief and 2,400 of his men set across the icy rivers of the Delaware on that momentous Christmas night in flat ferries and Durham boats, small, well-built vessels designed to bring ore downriver to Philadelphia. With the enlistments of his entire army coming due in just 1 week's time, Washington had staked the fortunes of his men, his new nation, and the actualization of the ideals of the Age of Enlightenment on this one bold and daring quest, a tactical envelopment of the Hessian mercenaries' winter quarters. If it worked,
the American cause could find new life in this bitter war. The iconic Virginian had boiled down the whole of everything riding upon his shoulders that night into 3 simple yet unforgettable words: victory or death. Just 2 months prior, Commander-in-Chief George Washington had arrived with his forces in White Plains, positioning them in a broad defensive line spanning 3 miles. A critical error was made by the American general in placing an inexperienced and undisciplined militia detachment upon Chatterton Hill, the key to the American line. It wasn't until Washington finally decided to examine his entrenchments on the morning of October 28th that he would be informed that the British were advancing upon them. With little time to make adjustments, the Virginian ordered more regiments to the hill with a few pieces of field artillery. When Hessian and British forces moved on the hill, they paid a heavy toll thanks to the American cannonade, but they would quickly turn the tide of the battle and impose their own devastating artillery assault upon the Americans. Then, take their critical high ground position, thus forcing Washington to abandon his lines entirely prior to consuming White Plains and strategically set fires before ceding the town to the Brits and heading north away from the reach of General Howe's forces once again. Because the enlistments of American soldiers in the Continental Army were set for just 12 months, on January 1, 1777, Washington faced the prospect of losing his entire army, devastating any hope of success for the American cause. Washington would write another of what were becoming his voluminous pleas to Congress, petitioning them in as persuasive a manner as he possibly could to delegate further funds towards the recruitment, enlistment, and compensation of a permanent military force that would serve for the duration of the war. The general asked for additional powers to be granted to him, that he have the ability to offer re-enlistment bonuses to current troops, as well as the use of land grants for completed terms of services. Washington penned in his letter that Congress had put far too much stock in patriotism, stating that they feared paying them well would turn them into mercenaries. He professed, "When men are irritated and passions inflamed, they fly hastily and cheerfully to arms. But after the first emotions are over, to expect that they are influenced by any other principles than those of interest is to look for what never did, and I fear never will, happen. The few, therefore, that act upon the principles of disinterestedness are, comparatively speaking, no more than a drop in the ocean. Placing any depends upon such militia is akin to resting upon a broken staff." The commander-in-chief gave an itemized outline of the specific dollar amount, acreage of land, and materials provided that he would require to achieve the necessary army to achieve victory. The disposition of Congress was that the general was bordering on the cusp of securing what could easily become despotic powers. They feared that they would be trading one king for another if they were to grant Washington such singular authority, but they were also aware of what their bleak reality would become were they to lose this fight with the British Empire. They settled on adorning the Virginian with some of his requested powers, including the ability to offer bounties to encourage re-enlistments to selected men, but the abilities were given for terms of just 6 months. Congress also agreed to enlist a new army beginning with the dissolution of the current force, but failed to recognize the inherent difficulties with undertaking such a task for the American military high command and the inexperienced nature of the troops, who would much prefer a 6-week enlistment in the militia over the paltry salary offered by the Continental Army. General Howe would choose not to pursue the Americans further into northern New York after their victory at White Plains, but would instead turn his attention towards the last remaining American stronghold on the island of Manhattan, Fort Washington. The fortification would have been burned and abandoned by the Americans during their retreat from New York City, but Congress demanded it be held as long as possible to prevent British ships from using the Hudson River as a passage north to Lake George. This gave them command of the waterways that could effectively sever New England off from the rest of the nation. The twin forts of Washington and Lee, set across from one another on either side of the Hudson, had been designed to keep this disastrous possibility from coming to fruition. Yet their inability to prevent 3 British ships from passing to the north proved how ineffectual they truly were. Washington would write to Greene on November 8th, "If we cannot prevent vessels from passing up, and the enemy are possessed of the surrounding country, what valuable purpose can it answer to attempt to hold a post which the expected benefit cannot be had?" Washington did not order Greene to evacuate his position at the fort, and Greene would dismiss the concerns the commander-in-chief had expressed. citing a failed attempt to overtake the barriers of the fort on October 27th. The American general arrived to inspect the fort of his namesake on November 12th and spent 3 days analyzing the men, the structure, and the readiness they held for what would be an inevitable siege attempt by the British. Washington would cross the river and stay at Fort Lee on November 14th, and while he slept, 30 British boats rowed north up the Hudson, past the American fortifications undetected, then entered the Harlem River to the north of Fort Washington. The British general had delivered a message to Greene from King's Bridge. With an incendiary tone, he ordered immediate and total surrender, or face every man being put to the sword. Greene was given just 2 hours to give his answer. He would tell Washington that the troops are in high spirits and they would make a good defense. The attack began on November 16th, just after 10 o'clock that morning. A coalition of more than 5,000 British and Hessian troops converged upon the fort from 3 directions. The Americans fought hard. Washington was present within his namesake fort while the attack on the exterior defensive entrenchments got underway. Initially, he felt hope that they would endeavor to repulse the enemy and hold the fort. A German Hessian mercenary would recount the devastating effects of the American rebuttal they endured in the early stages of the battle. Before us, beside and behind us, we saw our unfortunate comrades lying beside and upon one another. They lay battered and in part shattered, dead on the earth in their own blood. Some whimpering, looked at us, pleading in one way or another that we would ease their suffering and unbearable pain. In spite of these heavy casualties, the British and German men pressed on until they had driven the Americans back into the walls of Fort Washington. At this time, the American command of Washington, Greene, Putnam, and Mercer evacuated Fort Washington, crossing the river to Fort Lee, and within 30 minutes, the entire structure was completely surrounded. Just after 3 p.m., McGraw surrendered along with 2,800 Americans. Aside from the abhorrent conditions the Continentals would now be subjected to, with many bludgeoned by their German captors, the loss of nearly 3,000 men that day was an astounding failure that directly fell on Washington. Questions about his ability to command the Americans to any semblance of victory grew louder, with some calling for him to be replaced as commander-in-chief. Cornwallis would take Fort Lee just days later, while the 2,000-man garrison managed to evade capture. Their equipment and artillery would fall into the hands of the British. Cornwallis would chase the Americans, now just a scant force of 4,000 fatigued, malnourished, and demoralized men, through New Jersey, with Washington leading them to safety in Pennsylvania when Howe again ordered a halt to the British pursuit. The American citizens of eastern New Jersey, who had now fallen under Crown rule once more, faced vicious abuse from the conquering army. Many fled from their homes as refugees to the south to more hospitable lands. On December 11th, Congress convened and ordered a day of fasting and prayer as the situation for the young nation grew ever more dire by the passing day. They then granted Washington complete authority to carry on the war, and afterwards abandoned Philadelphia and moved their future proceedings to Baltimore. On the 13th, the Continental Army's second-in-command, Major General Charles Lee, was captured in a tavern by 70 British cavalry in Basking Ridge, New Jersey. Lee had ignored Washington's orders to cross the Delaware and join him in Trenton Falls, opting instead for the opportunity to achieve glory and increase his stock with Congress by launching his own attack on the British in New Jersey. Lee had been separated from the main body of his troops, where he was captured with ease and transported to New York City. The following day, after the general was taken into custody, General Howe called an official end to the British campaign season of 1776 and sent his army into winter quarters. Howe would station the men in several detachments throughout town in and around New York City and throughout New Jersey. He felt this separation of forces would be under no threat from the beleaguered Americans who were on their last legs after a devastating summer and fall. American General Joseph Reed wrote the commander-in-chief in an attempt to rouse them from their perishing state. "We are all of opinion, my dear General, that something must be attempted to revive our expiring credit, for even a failure cannot be more fatal than to remain in our present situation. Some enterprises must be undertaken in our present circumstances, or we must give up the cause." On December 20th,
General Sullivan, who had been captured and then released as part of a prisoner exchange, was able to gather together Lee's men, some 2,000 in total, and trek them through a blizzard to Washington's camp. With this detachment, as well as Horatio Gates' 600 Continentals and 1,000 Philadelphia militia, Washington had under his immediate command a force of over 6,000 men, with little time to make use of them. On the 22nd, a council of war was held with all of the American high command and several officers, one of whom happened to be a Loyalist spy. They listened as Washington presented the locations of all the British and Hessian placements that adorned New Jersey. The target of the assault was not determined during this meeting, and the spy was left with only the concept of an attack to report to the British. Later that night, around only his most trusted officers, the final plan would be set in place. The night that followed Christmas Day, the Americans would cross the Delaware River, then launch their attempt upon Trenton, where Hessian officer Johann Rorke and 1,500 mercenaries made their quarters. Washington would cross the Delaware 8 miles north of Trenton at McConkey's Ferry, then turn right, marching through the night to position themselves to the north and east of the Germans. At Trenton, Brigadier General James Ewing would take 600 militia and capture the Assunpink Bridge on the south side of town, preventing the Germans from retreating across it. Colonel John Cadwallader would attack Bristol with 2,400 New England and Pennsylvania militia, undercutting Denope and his men stationed there from reinforcing Rorke and Trenton. Washington would then ask General Putnam to gather his militia and follow behind Cadwallader, acting as reserves. Once the orders were given, Washington felt the weight of the daring plan fall heavily upon him, as he sat passing the hours on the morning of Christmas Eve in his headquarters. Benjamin Rush would enter his office and see a parchment that the tobacco baron turned commander-in-chief had penned, lying on the floor. It held the Virginians' summation of their shared condition. Rush stared upon the paper and read some of the general's most famous words: "Victory or death." On Christmas Day, the American troops equipped themselves with muskets, cartridges, and flints, some even wrapping their bare feet with ripped cloth, with no shoes or boots to traverse the snow-covered landscape in. They made their way to the Delaware River, where thick blocks of ice had formed as the temperature sank below freezing. A bright moon was muted by the heavy snowfall of the nor'easter that brought with it piercing, howling winds. Colonel Knox was placed in charge of the river crossing, and the hulking, near 300-pound officer was credited with carrying it out under these dire conditions. He oversaw the transport of 18 pieces of artillery and a cavalcade of nervous horses. As the infantrymen made the voyage, some were plunged into the icy stream, but no man was lost amidst the crossing. Washington's chief concern became the extended length of time it took to complete it, with the operation now 3 hours behind schedule. He feared the element of surprise in the nighttime raid could be lost. Once they arrived on the opposite shore, Washington allowed the men to build bonfires to warm themselves, feeling the snowstorm would prevent them from being spotted by the Hessian outposts. A long and toiling march would then get underway, with the Americans trudging through the snow-covered terrain. A scouting party of 40 men, under the command of William Washington, a cousin of the American commander, ran point on the expedition, with orders to catch anyone who crossed their path, be it civilian or soldier. The different American detachments under Roche-Vermont, Sullivan, and Greene blocked every route of escape to the north. Just before daybreak, after 7 o'clock in the morning, after a sleepless night charting a path through the dark and cold, the American line came to a halt. Upon his horse, traveling towards the front of the column, Washington gave a terse, yet measured instruction to his men. "Keep by your officers, for God's sake. Keep by your officers." One Loyalist farmer would see the movement of the American troops and head to the Hessians' location. He would attempt to deliver a message to Colonel Johann Rorke during a Christmas feast, and the prevailing accounts of what occurred next are that he received the note after much protest from the farmer, placed it in his pocket, and never read it. Another version offers that he was told the Americans were moving to attack, and he responded dismissively, "Let them come." The tension amongst the Patriot troops was palpable, as an uncertain yet determined air permeated their ranks. The snow had turned into a driving sleet and rain as the sun rose on Trenton on the morning of December 26th. The battle that held within it the destiny of the upstart American nation would commence when Greene's division launched an attack on the Hessian outposts, followed immediately with an advance by Sullivan's men, repulsing the German pickets as they fell upon Trenton in concert. The Hessian outposts assumed that these were just loosely assembled American forces coming forth to pester them, as had been the case the last several nights. Those small attacks had been done in an effort to disrupt the sleep of the Hessians in preparation for the large-scale offensive, and when the outposts came to behold the fervor and size of the attack that was upon them, they made an abrupt withdrawal back towards the town. Washington rode to the front of the Virginia Brigade, then led them into the heart of the town, where the Hessians had hastily formed into defensive positions, still attempting to gain their bearings. The Hessians manned their artillery and began offering a heavy fire upon the Americans. Then, the massive Colonel Knox brought an American cannon forward, unleashing a furious bombardment into the concentrated column of German mercenaries. In just minutes, the Europeans began to break ranks and flee into the side streets and fields near the town, as the American cannonade continued to devastate their lines without remorse. The abject violence, chaos, and deafening sound was an overwhelming experience even to the American forces, who took great pleasure in punishing their brutish and bloodthirsty foe. The booming cannons and the sounds of grape shot and musket fire clashing against the stone roads and bridges rang out as a horrid symphony, while the streets of Trenton were painted red with Hessian blood. Colonel Johann Rorke gave no indication that he expected this assault, as it took his men 3 attempts to rouse him from his sleep that morning. Rorke haphazardly attempted to dress himself as he made his way into the streets of Trenton that morning, attempting to draw together his troops into the town's center. Just 2 artillery charges were set off before the Americans fell upon them, forcing the Hessians to abandon them, with another 2 jamming and becoming unusable on the account of their fried-out touchpans. Rorke persisted, gathering his remaining men and the regiment of von Lossberg, and commanded them into an apple orchard on the outset of town. The colonel at last managed to formulate that his men were increasingly considering retreat, yet the Hessian colonel quickly found himself ensnared by the Americans as Sullivan had entered Trenton from the west, and Glover had taken the bridge and then marched north, cutting off their last escape route. Johann Rorke had no plans of surrender, and made a futile attempt at retaking Trenton, with no artillery, facing an imposing force, multitudes size of their own, and well positioned. Still, the Hessians were resolute in the face of assured death, and marched forward to the tune of their drummer towards the Americans. The final insult in the comedy of errors that was the Hessian rebuttal to the Americans was the driving rains rendering their flint cartridges useless, preventing them from even returning fire. Rorke, now upon his horse, was then struck with 2 lethal shots from American muskets, and he slooped forward in his saddle. Upon his demise, his men fled from the battlefield in disorganized desperation. Within minutes, the whole of the remaining Hessian force would throw down their weapons and concede. 650 would manage to escape. 893 would be taken captive, with 22 killed in action, including all 4 Hessian colonels present at the battle, and another 83 men seriously wounded. The Americans suffered 2 deaths from exposure brought about by the night march, and 5 men wounded, including future President James Monroe. The Americans would also capture badly needed food, clothing, and medical supplies. The Hessian prisoners would be sent to Philadelphia, and the exhausted yet galvanized Americans retraced their steps back to the Delaware River, crossed its icy waters, and returned to their camp. On the last day of 1776, just before the enlistment of the soldiers of the Continental Army was to expire, George Washington would make an impassioned plea to his men. "My brave fellows, you have done all I have asked you to do, and more than can be reasonably expected. But your country is at stake. Your wives, your houses, and all that you hold dear. You have worn yourselves out with fatigues and hardships, but we know not how to spare you. If you will consent to stay 1 month longer, you will render that service to the cause of liberty and to your country which you can probably never do under any other circumstances." Roughly half of the men who heard Washington's words would agree to stay on. The Battle of Trenton had saved the cause of the American nation, but their war for independence was far from over, as the awakened British Empire would move swiftly to dampen the spirits of the rebellious Continentals. But the many tales of blood and heroism that would follow in the Revolutionary War are, for tonight, other stories for other times. South Dakota, June 1823. On the vast expanse of the undulating prairie that extends to the horizon in every direction, a contingent of mules, horses, and men moves warily alongside a river, with pensive eyes switching from the water to the surrounding landscape, searching for signs of danger. They are hundreds of miles from anything resembling a city, in territory that does not belong to them. They are a mix of men from a plethora of backgrounds and ethnicities, dressed in a menagerie of wool shirts, buckskin leggings, boots, moccasins, serapes, raccoon skin caps, and belts. Their common goal, put simply, is money, made by way of accumulating and selling beaver pelts, the coveted material that makes the popular top hats of the day worn throughout New York, Paris, and London. Their methods are simple. Set traps for the beavers, after which the animals will become ensnared in the traps and drown. Then, the trappers will return to collect the beaver pelts and repeat this process until the beaver population has been exhausted, before finally moving on. But, in this case, simple does not equal easy. Opposing them are the elements, from blazing heat to icy cold, from snow to dust storms, from droughts to flash flooding. Animal attacks, from the numerous grizzly bears which prowl the continent, to rattlesnakes, to buffalo stampedes, pose an ever-present threat. Hostile native tribes like the Blackfoot, Arikara, and Comanche have, already, in these early years of the fur trade, killed many trappers in gruesome ways for violating their tribal territorial bounds. Among this party of men are some who will go on to become legends in the annals of mountain man history. They are commanded by William H. Ashley and Major Andrew Henry, and among their ranks are Hugh Glass and Jedediah Smith, all men whose future exploits will become the stuff of mountain man legend. Smith is an anomaly amongst this already anomalous lot, as he is a devout Methodist, reads the Bible daily, and refrains from coarse language, as well as dalliances with unknown women and strong drink. On this day, he is approached by Major Henry and directed to ride south to Ashley's fort, aptly known as Fort Ashley. He is to inform Ashley that the company is in need of more horses and that the Arikara tribe will likely be the closest people with which to trade in horseflesh. Jedediah Smith is still a relative neophyte to the world of trapping, but he is a man on the rise within the ranks of his company, as his reputation as a stalwart and trustworthy companion grows by the day. And so, Smith sets out to the south, and is fortuitously met by Ashley on the trail. The pair then proceed to the Arikara village, where they seek to buy more horses. The Arikara, a northern plains semi-agricultural tribe known both for their prowess in trade and warfare, whose ire had been stirred by some recent bad dealings with other white traders, are in a less than cordial mood. However, Ashley and his men have guns and ammunition that the Arikara know they can acquire through few, if any, other sources. Thus, there is a terse and tense peace, as often happens in these instances on the frontier. In the wilds of North America, native tribes and fur trappers are not necessarily antagonistic. In fact, sometimes the case can be quite the opposite. For centuries in colonial America and Canada, native tribes had been employed by large fur company magnates to supply them with the highly profitable furs of the deer, mink, otter, and beaver that had profligated their homeland. However, as game populations began to dwindle, the fur companies eventually brought their search for pelts to the expanses of the North American prairies and Rocky Mountains. The tribes who inhabited these lands oftentimes expressed little to no interest in working for fiat currency or goods, when their lifestyles and economies were focused on hunting the immense herds of American bison that populated the plains. Thus, in the spirit of their predecessors and men like Daniel Boone and Simon Kenton, who were known as long hunters, the fur companies have scoured the outlying cities of the frontier, offering gainful employment to any man with the gumption and skills to venture onto the inhospitable frontier to procure the valuable fur of the innumerable beaver that inhabited the rivers and streams that crisscrossed the continent. Still, fur companies routinely employ native persons as translators, trackers, and trappers. Many of the early mountain men owe their skills to lessons learned from their native guides. Even in the 19th century, in the middle of the plains, no culture existed entirely in a vacuum. This could be seen not only in the dress of both native trappers and tribes, who often traded in various garb such as jewelry made from beads from China, hats made in factories on the eastern seaboard, and buffalo robes harvested and carefully prepared in centuries-old fashion by native tribeswomen. While tools such as firearms indeed proved invaluable to the native tribes, so too did steel tools and implements such as axes, knives, and cooking utensils. Thus, a robust trade between the fur-trapping companies and the inhabiting tribes of the northern plains has been a mainstay for years, even in the 1820s. At the Arikara village, initial dealings are made between Smith, Ashley, and the Arikara. As the sun begins to set, it is mutually agreed that trading will continue the following day. Ashley splits his forces into two, leaving one on land to guard the supplies they had brought out from the boats, and the other to man the two boats which were anchored about 30 yards from the banks of the river. It is decided that Ashley will be in direct command of the boats, and Smith will be in charge of the force guarding the supplies. Now, nearly all of the mountain men present go about their nightly duty of making dinner, cleaning their weapons, checking their supplies, and preparing for the next day's travel and trading. But when all have finally bedded down for the night, two men from the mountain man's party sneak into the Arikara camp with whiskey and trinkets that they hope to trade for illicit relations with the Arikara women. This proves to be a fatal mistake. Just after midnight, Colonel Ashley is awakened by 3 Arikara warriors who have snuck onto the boat and are attempting to loot its cargo. He brandishes his pistol and chases them off the boat. But just as the Arikara make it to the shore, and the sound of sloshing water from their swim strokes goes quiet, it is suddenly replaced by the frantic screams of one of the 2 mountain men who have snuck into the Arikara camp. He and his companion had indeed found the Arikara women they were hoping to, but they had also found the Arikara men, who were not happy with the presence of intruders attempting to defile their wives, daughters, and sisters. His companion has been cut down where he was found. The surviving trapper, a man named Edward Rose, has escaped and now appears on the banks of the river, making his way, as fast as he can, for the trapper's camp on shore. As he runs, he screams that his partner in mischief, a man named Aaron Stevens, is dead, and the Arikara are now in a collectively angry mood. Still cloaked in pre-dawn darkness and alerted to both the attempted robbery of Ashley's boat and the killing of their comrade in the camp by the now enraged Arikara, the mountain men begin to hurriedly and vociferously debate their options. Some argue for immediately moving the horses they have, a sizable herd by this point, to the opposite shore before daybreak, so that they might be in a better position to flee when the sun does come up, with at least the river between them and the expected Arikara attack. Others argue for the retrieval of Stephen's body. As these debates carry on, a lone Arikara suddenly appears on the horizon above the riverbanks. Still in the dark, he calls out that he will try to broker a deal for the return of their comrade's body, for the price of one of their best horses. The mountain men agree to this, but a short time later, the enterprising Arikara returns to inform them that unfortunately he will not be able to uphold his end of the deal. Stevens's body has in fact been so badly mutilated that there is nothing left to return to them. This, understandably, sends a cold chill through the ranks of the shore party. It is decided that they will now have to move the horses as quickly as possible as the sunrise nears with every passing minute. Remaining calm and cool by all accounts, Jed Smith embraces his first real opportunity at leadership and calmly directs the movement of the horses across the river. However, as the sun begins to rise and a large number of horses and men are still mid-river or on the near bank waiting their turn, the mountain men are greeted with a horrifying sight. Silhouetted in the new morning sunlight are hundreds of Arikara warriors, tamping shot down into their muskets, knocking their arrows, and taking up offensive positions. The full gravity of the situation is now painfully apparent to everyone present. They are stuck, with the enemy having the high ground and no cover to be found. Within moments, musket balls, spears, and arrows begin to rain down on them from above. Dozens of horses and a number of trappers fall dead in the initial volley, with many others bravely wounded. The screams of the injured and dying men and horses fills the air, as Ashley and the men on the boats attempt to meet them on the other shore and make their getaway. The men on the boats provide what covering fire they can, and the men on shore take cover behind the bodies of the dead horses. From here, as chaos reigns all around, Jed Smith coolly and calmly doles out directions to those in his charge. As he and his men fire and reload, they simultaneously make strategic retreats, moving by leapfrogging from one defensive position to the next, until reaching the comparative safety of the boats. Amidst all of this, Ashley's boat has run aground momentarily on a sandbar. The other boat, at around this same time, cuts ties to their anchor and begins moving downstream in an attempt to at least save themselves from this seemingly hopeless situation. Ashley's boat is quickly freed and makes its way as close to the shore as possible. Smith and his men finally reach the banks of the river, dive in, and begin to frantically swim. Some are hit by arrows and musket balls and sink under the surface, never to be seen again. Some are swept downriver beyond the extended oars and hands of their comrades, also never to be seen again. The lucky few who managed to make it onto the boats, including Jed Smith and Hugh Glass, now hunker down and return fire as the boats make their way as quickly as possible down the Missouri River and out of range of Arikara musket and arrow fire. For some of these men, this will be the end of their mountain man adventures. Those who decide they have had enough of this wild and dangerous life are put on boats back to St. Louis, along with their injured and recovering comrades. No one blames them for preferring the comforts of home to this lonely land where life is all too often short and seemingly cheap. But the careers of William Ashley, Hugh Glass, and Jedediah Smith are far from over. One incident immediately following the battle speaks to the human cost of this attack that will be felt by families scattered all over the American states back east. Hugh Glass himself will go on to pen a heart-wrenching letter to the family of John Gardner, a mountain man who had been killed in the Arikara fight. The letter reads, "Dear Sir, my painful duty is to tell you of the death of your son, who befell at the hands of the Indians 2nd June in the early morning. He lived little while after he was shot and asked me to inform you of his sad fate. We brought him to the ship, where he soon died. Mr. Jedediah Smith, young man of our company, made a powerful prayer which moved all of us greatly, and I am persuaded that John died in peace. His body we buried with others near this camp and marked the graves with a log. His things we send to you. The savages are greatly treacherous. We traded with them as friends, but after great storm of rain and thunder, they came at us before light, and many were hurt. I myself was shot in the leg. Master Ashley is bound to stay in these parts till the traitors are rightly punished. Your obedient servant, Hugh Glass." This letter denotes not only Glass's deep sense of humanity, as well as his anger towards the Arikara, but it is the first mention of the piety and character of Jedediah Smith. Smith would mount an expedition along with an unnamed French-Canadian trader to a nearby fort in the hopes of mounting an even larger retributive force to supplement those that Ashley had already mustered. After this, he would carry on to travel perhaps more country than any other mountain man in history. But the many stories of the legendary exploits of Hugh Glass, William Ashley, and Jedediah Smith are, for tonight, other stories for other times. Thank you again for joining us on this episode of History at the OK Corral. Be sure to click the like button, share this episode with a friend, and become a subscriber. Also, if you'd like to support our work and gain early access to episodes as well as ad-free viewing, you can become a member of this channel by clicking on the join button below. And we'll see you next time on History at the OK Corral, home of history's greatest shootouts and showdowns.